Good morning. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Can I please start video? Can you change my rights? Sham, can you please allow me to start my video?
Hello, check, check. Hello.
Hello, Professor Bhatt. I am Padmanabhan from Sri Vishnu Foundation.
Yeah. I have joined already.
You have joined, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Just no corruption because they said you have not yet joined. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
I
Thank
have
you.
joined,
Thank you.
and
Huh?
I think I may be allowed to enter. No? Hmm. I see the screen.
Okay.
Swamiji is there, and another Swami is also there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
बोलते हैं स्वामी जी को हाँ? आवाज जा रही है
Hello.
हाँ, 1 मिनट के लिए आ जाओ,
हाँ।
स्टार्ट करवा दो।
Hi.
लेकिन चित्र दिखाई पड़ रहा है जी चित्र तो दिखाई पड़ रहा है ज्वाइन क्यों नहीं किया
उधर से रुको, नहीं दिख रहा है।
हाँ?
मैंने खोल तो दिया, लेकिन ये क्या
इधर तो ही जा रही है हाँ स्वामी जी को मेरा प्रणाम प्रोफेसर आरसी सिन्हा हमारा वीडियो नहीं जा रहा उधर से आ रहा है आवाज जा रही है देखो तो इसमें
इसमें ज्वाइन करना,
हाँ?
इसमें ज्वाइन करना,
इसमें ज्वाइन कर लें
नहीं इससे कोई बहस नहीं, उधर से रुका हुआ
अच्छा उधर
है।
तो मैसेज दे सकते हैं या।
हेलो, Hello.
हेलो
Yeah. नमस्कार सिन्हा साहब.
हाँ नमस्ते। वीडियो तो नहीं जा रही है, मैंने ज्वाइन किया है।
हाँ मैंने भी ज्वाइन कर लिया है.
टुमारो आई विल बी ऑल्सो ज्वाइनिंग।
हम्म.
So today I may not be of the full time
हम्म.
because in the university I have got one program, but
हाँ.
but at present I am with you.
हम्म.
So I wanted to listen.
After the prayers, I shall be speaking.
Okay. Sir, I have joined to listen you especially.
Thank you.
लेकिन वीडियो आवाज आ रही है, वीडियो नहीं।
Hi, this is Shyam here. You should be able to turn on the video now.
हाँ जी, मेरा नमस्कार स्वीकार करें प्रोफेसर आरसी सिन्हा फ्रॉम पटना।
स्वामी जी प्रणाम. स्वामी जी सुन रहे हैं? Are you listening? No.
स्वामी जी
The voice is not going.
नहीं, बट इट इज ऑडिबल सर, आई एम लिसनिंग योर वॉइस।
You are listening, but I think Swami ji is not listening.
क्या? हाँ, यस। नाउ आई होप इट विल बी ओके।
Mm-hmm. It will take some time for them to start.
Good morning. Yeah, we can hear your audio and we can also see your visuals, sir.
People are still Sinha sahab, you are participating online, na?
I request all of you to take your seat. Good morning. I request all of you to take your seat. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Swamiji. with the grace of Sri Sadguru, we commence the 7th edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference. Welcome to all the dignitaries, the speakers, participants, and devotees of Sri Peetam. We will first start with lighting the lamp. I request His Highness Jagadguru Swami Sri Narayana Tirtha Shankaracharya of Kalikambal Peetam Gangotri to start the lighting of the lamp. I request Sri Tirumurti to light the lamp. Request Miss Saumini Jain to light the lamp.
स्वामी जी को बहुत बहुत प्रणाम. प्रोफेसर आरसी सिन्हा हियर.
Request Father Dr. Vincent Shekhar to light the lamp. I request Miss Lakshmi Narayanan to light the lamp. I request Sri V.K. Bose to light the lamp. We will now have prayers of all faiths. I request all of you to sit down. So we'll start with the Hindu prayer by Miss Sagarika and Miss Vaishnavi.
ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदि साक्षिभूतम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदि साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि श्री सद्गुरु ज्ञानानंद सरस्वती स्वामी ब्रह्मैकरूपिण्या पादयो प्रणतावयम् पादयो प्रणतावयम्
I now request Sri Ghafoor Rahman to chant the Islamic prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغلوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
I request Father Dr. Vincent Shekhar to chant the Christian prayer.
Yeah,
You can light everything, don't worry. Yeah. Christians throughout the world celebrate the Advent season as the preparation for the birth of Christ, known as Christmas. Traditionally, we light the candles each for 1 week, and these candles represent the light of Christ in the world and also something found in Christ. The first week is hope, the second is peace, and the third is joy, and the fourth is love. Kindly join me in this Advent prayer as each candle is being lit. The candle of hope. O God of hope, as people keep struggling in their life, even for their basic needs, kindly be with them as the candle of light, showing the path of hope. Increase our strength to do good to the suffering humanity, filling us with the generosity. The candle of peace. O God of peace, in a world that is torn between good and bad, war and vengeance, intolerance and hate. Kindly stay with us as the candle of peace, spreading compassion and love. The candle of joy. O God of joy, as people in modern times look for happiness, contentment, and joy in spite of plenty and having, kindly be with us as the candle of joy, celebrating and thanking you for the life you have given to each one of us. The candle of light, love. O God of love, you are the love incarnate in all its different shades, warmth, service, accompaniment, and help in flourishing. Make us ever more loving and giving, as you had gifted yourself to our families, our country, and the world, especially at the time of birth of your loving Son, Jesus. Amen.
I call Sri V.K. Bose for the Jewish prayer.
Kaddish. It is the most important prayer in the Jewish life. Kaddish means sanctification. I request all of you to join me to sanctify the great name of the Lord God of Israel. Make his great name be glorified and sanctified in the world he has created according to his will. May he establish his kingdom and cause salvation to flourish and bring near his Messiah in your lifetimes and in your days and the lifetime of the entire house of Israel, speedily and soon. May his great name be blessed forever and ever. Blessed, praised, glorified, exalted, extolled, honored, raised and lauded be the name of the Holy One. Blessed be he. Amen. Beyond all blessing, song, praise, and consolation that ever said in the world. Amen. May the prayers and supplications of the whole house of Israel be accepted by their Father who is in heaven. May there be abundant peace from heaven, life, abundance, salvation, consolation, refuge, remedy, redemption, forgiveness, atonement, relief, and rescue for us and all his people, Israel. Amen. The one who makes peace in his heights, he in his mercy will make peace for us and for all his people, Israel. Amen. Shalom to every one of you. Peace be with you.
I call Antariksh Tatya for the Jain prayer.
जय वीराय जग गुरु हो ममं तुह पभावो भयवम् भवनिवारो मग्गनुसारिया इट्ठ फलसिद्धिम् लोग विरुद्ध चाओ गुरुजन पुआ परथ करणम च सुह गुरु जोगो तवयन सेवना आभवम खंडा वारिजय जय विनियान बंधन विहराय तुह समय तह विहुज्य में सेवा भवे भवे तुम चलनानम दुख खहो कम मखो समाहि मरणम च वो ही लाभो संपज्जौ मह इह नाहम् एयं तुह पनाम karnenam. So I invoke the grace of the Vitarag, regardless of their background, color, creed, and all of that. I invoke the grace of Vitarag, Jaya Viraya, Jagat Guru. With your grace, let these things be accomplished for the peace conference. I understand the substance of the world, Bhava Nirveda. So I don't get too much into it. I don't get too much out of it, but I just stay at the right equilibrium. Bhava Nivveho Magganusari. I get on the path. I don't get astray. Ittha Falasiddhi. Let all my useful intentions for the humanity attain Siddhi. Loka Viruddha Chao. I don't do things which are against the peace of humanity or the living sentient beings. Guru Jana Pua Paratha Karanam Cha. I get more and more opportunities of doing the service of Gnana Vriddha or the Guru Janas. Sukh Guru Jogo, may I get the lotus feet of a Sadguru. I don't get blemished by random gurus. I get Sadguru. Vari Jai Jai Niyana Bandhanam Viharaya Tuha Samay Tahami Hujjame Seva. Yes, doing the service of the Vitarag, contemplating on their gunas, I too attain the state of Vitaragata. Let this birth and the coming births, I attain the feet of Vitarag so that I don't go astray. And as a result of this whole Purushartha, the dukkha take shy, like, destroy, annihilate the dukkha, karma. And at the end of this life, I attain samadhi mrityu. So this is one wholesome prayer from A to Z. So in this prayer, we invoke the grace of Vitarag, regardless of the background, caste, and creed, and attain everything which is useful for us, required for us, even if we know or we don't know, in this human roles. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a virtual person joining us virtually, Dr. Rangadhar Horia for Baha'i Odia prayer.
Thank you. I'll say in English. O Son of Spirit, my first counsel is this: possess a pure, kindly, and radiant heart, that thine may be a sovereignty ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. I'll chant the Oriya prayer, Baha'i Oriya prayer. Ishwaran ko betita sankatamachana kari kebe hele onyo kehi ochiki. Ishwaran ko betita sankatamachana kari kebe hele onyo kehi ochiki. Kuho Ishwara, Kuho Ishwara, Bandhanaya se Paramatma, Bandhanaya se Paramatma, Samaste tankara sebaka, Samaste tankara agya, Bandhanariya Baddha. बंधन रे आबद्ध ईश्वरଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟତୀତ संकट मोचन करी केबे हेले अन्य केही अछि कि ईश्वरଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟତୀत संकट मोचन करी केबे हेले अन्य केही अछि कि कुह ईश्वर बंधनय से परमात्मा बंधनय से परमात्मा समस्ते तांकर सेवक समस्ते तांकर आज्ञा बंधन रे आबद्ध बंधन रे आबद्ध ओ बंधन रे आबद्ध.
For the Buddhist prayer.
Good morning. The Buddha, I quote the Buddha on the points that 3 points he highlighted, that is vanishing of greed, hatred, and fraternity. I would encourage all of you to try your best to vanish raga, dvesha, moha, meaning greed, hatred, and fraternity. Thank you.
So we have completed all the prayers. We'll start with the welcome address by Sri Ramdas of Sri Vishnu Mohan Trust. I think we'll start, before we start the welcome address, I request the guests, the dignitaries to come to the stage here, right in front. We'll start with Sri T.S. Tirumurti. Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan. Ms. Saubini Jain. Professor Panir Selvam. His Excellency Nawabzada will join later. I now call upon Sri Ramdas to give the welcome address.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Sri Sadgurur Vijayate Jnanananda Saraswati Swami Brahmahika Rupi Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Ananta Koti Namaskaram at the lotus feet of Sri Sadguru and Sri Vishnu Mohan Swami and Sri Hari Prasad Swamiji. We are indeed very fortunate that in the long spiral of births and deaths that we have crossed, we have had the great divine blessing to see Sri Sadguru, hear Sri Sadguru, and be with her and learn from her also. This indeed is her kindness to impact us with her grace and compassion. I once again offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of Sri Sadguru. While inaugurating the first edition of this Peace and Reconciliation Conference way back in 2016, Sri Sadguru said, and I quote, "I can teach you about peace and harmony. God can bless you with peace and harmony, but unless you practice it and wish to learn, you can never have peace and harmony." Unquote. The spirit of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam was so dear to Sri Sadguru Ma, and this conference is very much in tune with that philosophy. And I'm very sure, even as we deliberate here today on the 7th edition of this conference, in her omnipresent Sukshma Sharira, she is very much present in this hall and listening to us and blessing us in this initiative. We have today gathered here on the next edition of this wonderful thematic conference, the 2022 edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference, with a special emphasis on the theme, right education is the key to peace. This endeavor of holding annual conference on peace and reconciliation started way back in 2016. And today we are having the 7th edition of this interesting conclave. This is going to be a very interesting path-breaking event, and we must really thank Swamiji for planning this conclave for us to soak in these wonderful theme and thoughts. Pranams to you, Swamiji, and thank you very much. Ananta Kodi Namaskaram at the lotus feet of most revered Jagat Guru Sri Narayana Tirtha Swamiji, who has graciously consented to be the chief guest for the deliberations today. Respected Swamiji, your presence here today will be immensely valuable to all of us to charter the right direction to this thought process that we are evolving to bring in peace and reconciliation. Suswagatam, and with sincere prayers, we welcome you and thank you for your gracious presence today. Joining us today will be Professor Bhatt. I extend a very special welcome to Professor Bhatt, who has been our mentor, a great pillar of support for all our endeavors. I also have great pleasure to welcome Shri T.S. Tirumurthy, IFS, eminent diplomat, former permanent representative of India to the United Nations. It is a great honor to the endeavor of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation that you have set aside several pressing engagements to be with us on this purposeful conference. We also will be having Padma Bhushan Musa Raza, who would be joining us online today. An eminent administrator, extremely proficient with both Sufism and Bhagavad Gita, a scholar, Padma Bhushan Musa Raza has kindly consented to deliver the keynote address today. His landmark achievements as Chief Secretary, Jammu and Kashmir at a very crucial stage of the history of this country, in the Ministry of Steel and several other coveted positions are benchmarks of his for the administrators today. Sri Musa Raza is a trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. He is an institution by himself, and he is going to be joining to us in spite of his difficult health conditions. He will be joining with us on the Zoom today. Thank you very much, sir, for guiding us on all these endeavors and being with us today to guide us with your thoughts. Hearty welcome to Paneerselvam sir. No, he's not a person who needs special introduction in Sri Peetam. He's a part of us, former HOD of the Department of Philosophy, Madras University. He has been a great support for Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation in various initiatives of the foundation. He has been a academician with very vast experience, a philosopher, and has always taken the role of a special curator for all our programs to conceptualize and synergize the foundation initiatives, nicely integrating the teachings with the vision of Sadhguru Ma. Thank you very much, sir, for all the support and hearty welcome to you. We have a galaxy of other guests today, Dr. Rangadhar, who will be online, Sri V.K. Bose, Father Vincent Shekhar, Sri Samita Hettige, and pardon me if I have left anyone, Professor Srinivasan. He has been a great support for us all through. Through the 2 days of this conference, we will have eminent personalities drawn from illustrious religious order, as also from the academia and the School of Intellectuals, running us through the various plenary sessions that will unfold after the inaugural session. I welcome one and all for being with us to steer this conference. I extend my warm felicitations and welcome to all of you so that together we usher in thoughts and ideas for evolving a new social order. Let me welcome all the participants who have assembled here, as also those distinguished guests who have joined us over Zoom to be part of this great event. Your keen interest in attending this program indicates the purpose and aim of this conference and will catalyze constructive thoughts towards peace and reconciliation. Okay. In the galaxy of guests who are here today, we also have Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan, a great administrator from Staines, India, and Ms. Avni Jain, who is a former mayor of Kochi. Welcome to you both for joining us in this initiative. Without any further delay, I offer my humble prayers once again to Sri Sadhguru and Swamiji, seeking their blessings for this conference, and welcome you once again. Thanks a lot.
After this welcome address, we'll start with setting the theme of the conference. This will be done by Professor S.R. Bhatt, who needs no introduction. But as an MC, it's my job to duty to introduce Professor S.R. Bhatt. Professor S.R. Bhatt is an eminent philosopher and Sanskritist. He was former chairman of ICPR New Delhi, Indian Council of Philosophical Research. Prior to that, he was the General President of Indian Philosophical Congress. He has also held positions as coordinator of UGC Special Assistance Program, and also was the HOD of philosophy at the MS University, Vadodara. He has lectured in many universities and research institutes in several countries. He has a wealth of experience in organizing seminars and workshops both in India and abroad. He has many publications to his credit, 21 books and more than 200 research papers. Dr. Bhatt has been closely associated with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for many years and has guided us in organizing seminars and conferences regularly. Welcome to Professor S.R. Bhatt, and I request Professor S.R. Bhatt to give his set the theme of the conference.
Thank you very much.
This will be virtual. Professor Bhatt could not join in person, so it will be a virtual address.
Tasmai Brahmane Namaha. Sarvebhyo Namo Namaha. our respectful obeisance to Sadguru Ma. Pranams to Swami Shri Hari Prasad Ji. Respectful regards to all the dignitaries, saints, representatives of different religions of the world, and learned audience. It's a matter of great pleasure and privilege to participate in the 7th edition of International Peace Conference, which is held regularly with great enthusiasm by Swami Shri Hari Prasad Ji. He could involve a galaxy of saints and scholars. And that is the most salient feature of this conference. The theme also is very much needed and significant because we don't find peace around. Everywhere we have strifes and struggles, violence and wars, and therefore peace is always at a discount. Peace has been an coveted ideal, not only of human beings, but of all creatures. And we can go to the extent of saying that even nature loves peace. But unfortunately, we don't find peace prevailing in the desired way. There is a breach of peace. And therefore, we are to be reminded constantly that peace is something not just theoretically important, but also practically viable and needed. Theory and practice go together. Peace is something which is natural, but breach of peace is something which is imposed by wrongdoings of human beings. It is human beings who are responsible for the prevailing melancholy conditions, and therefore rightly it has been emphasized, and I shall dwell upon it at the end, the role of education, because only through proper education we can have a required mindset for practice of peace. Peace is both something which is internal as well as external. Fundamentally, it is internal. We have to be at peace within, and then we can have peace outside. The external peace is just a reflection of the inner peace. And for inner peace, we require sadhana, some sort methodical practice. And that methodical practice can be inculcated in us through proper education, value-oriented education. This peace is not piecemeal. Peace is all round. We should have a holistic approach to peace. You can't have peace in one part of the world and leave the other parts in violation of peace. You can't have peace in one part of the body and leave the rest of the body in breach of peace. We have various dimensions, as Tetri Upanishad points out, the physical, the vital, the mental, the intellectual, and the spiritual. All dimensions should be at peace. And for all this, we need constant effort. We have to be vigilant that peace prevails, and absence of peace is thwarted. Unfortunately, we have not been very much successful. Say, for example, the war between Russia and the neighboring country. Therefore, what is needed is that we should have sincerity of heart to practice peace. And peace is a precondition for prosperity and happiness. If there is no peace, there cannot be prosperity. And this prosperity is, it was both the material and the spiritual. There should not be any development which is partial. If we have to have a sustainable development, then it should involve material prosperity as well as spiritual enhancement. So it is a holistic approach of fullness, purnata. And this purnata can be brought about only by sadhana, as I said earlier. Now, peace is needed to bring about reformation, some sort of curative requirement, because our mind is very much vitiated. The Yajurveda prays that tanme manah shiva sankalpamastu, let my mind be pure, let my mind be virtuous. This is because our mind is very much vitiated. And that is why we have egoity, we have selfishness, we have what can be called as hoarding as much as we can and depriving others. And this results in violation of peace. So for justice also, peace is needed. And not only for prosperity and sustainable development, peace is also a precondition for virtuous living. We always aspire for a life which is worthy of living, meaningful living. And this is possible only if peace is sustained and maintained. So peace, therefore, is a very coveted ideal. Now, this peace can be acquired, as I said, through proper education. And proper education has to be supported by material prosperity and spiritual enhancement. So this requires a triple transformation. Transformation of the individual and his or her psyche. Transformation of the society. And the transformation of nature, Mother Nature, which nurtures us and which enables us to have a material and spiritual environment. So far as individual is concerned, individual has to cultivate the mindset of transcending the I, transcending the ego, aham, and expanding the ego to sarvam, all, from I to we. And this we is inclusive. It includes the entire cosmos, the total reality. And we therefore say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. So these ideals are there in our culture, which need to be highlighted in modern difficult times. So individual transformation is the first requirement, and through proper education alone, this can be done. And this education should be right from the childhood, both within the family as well as in the school and other educational institutions. The second transformation is social transformation. We are social beings. We live in a society. We are not Robinson Crusoe. And therefore, we have a coexistence, living together, live and let live. This sort of a coexistence. Now, this coexistence has to be peaceful coexistence. And then only this coexistence may lead to tranquility, mutual love, and fellowship. And therefore, we have peaceful coexistence as the first requirement of social transformation. Second requirement is that we should have collective cooperative enterprises wherein each and everyone is involved, where the good of everyone is taken care of. So this sort of corporate existence, establishment of a civil society. A civil society is a virtuous society, a society in which everyone participates and everyone takes care of. So this is second requirement. And the third requirement is that we must not only have peaceful coexistence and corporate enterprises, but the result of our endeavor should be shared with all. No one should be deprived. Justice, therefore, is also another aspect of peace. And this justice is both intragenerational, within the generation, and intergeneration, the coming generation. So the resources that we generate should be carefully utilized. There has to be judicious consumption. Then only we can have a prevalence of justice and fair place. The third requirement of this transformation is transformation of nature. Nature nurtures us. Nature is like a mother. Nature is not to be exploited. Rather, nature is to be worshipped. And we worship nature because nature is bountiful. Nature is loving. Nature is always a display of selflessness. The fruits of nature are not enjoyed by nature, but it is enjoyed by others, the living beings. So nature, and this nature also is to be understood in a holistic manner. We have the concept of Panch Mahabhutas. So nature involves earth, air, water, fire, space. Our Shanti Pata, Vedic Shanti Pata, is a prayer for the Shanti in all aspects of nature. This is again a holistic and integral approach. So transformation of nature so that nature helps us, and we have to help nature to help us. And that is possible only if we worship nature, we recognize the intrinsic worth of nature apart from its instrumental value. Unfortunately, we regard nature only as an instrument for our selfish goals. But nature is something which is benevolent. and therefore its benevolence should be shared by all. So transformation of nature is another requirement. In Indian culture, there is a great emphasis on sacrifice, on tyaga. Ishwara says, Tena tyaktena bhunjitaha. You first give to others and then you enjoy. Not that first you enjoy and give to others the rest of the things. No, no. It is the tyaga, which is in the form of dana, in the form of, you can say, giving due to everyone. Dana is not charity. It is a legitimate responsibility, duty, a rina to enable everyone to partake in the fruits of natural resources. So, and nature is capable of doing that. Nature is full of splendor. We call it Vasudha. And that splendor is to be enjoyed by all, like sun. Sun has no discrimination for anything. Moon, no discrimination for anything. So we should have that attitude of sacrifice. And we have the concept of yajna, which is now distorted and misunderstood. But yajna, in fact, is to give others whatever is due to them, dayacha, to give. And so that everyone enjoys the fruits of nature. Nature is intrinsic, so also every creature has intrinsic worth, and that intrinsic worth has to be recognized by everyone. And again, I would say this is possible only by proper education, not education as mere information. Education should be transformative. Unfortunately, we have been in recent times, due to centuries of slavery, we have misunderstood the task of education. And it is not mere, of course, information is needed, it's valuable, but it should transform our being. It should reform us. It should enable us to respect one's own self, our authentic existence, as well as authentic existence and respect of each and every item of the cosmos, both animate as well as inanimate. And therefore, education is the key for this. Sa vidyaya vimuktaye. And this vimukti is all-round holistic development of total existence. We are having a sort of interdependent existence, not isolated ones, and therefore and there has to be a realization of this wholeness, purnata, and this realization of wholeness is possible if and only if we eradicate selfishness, we eradicate our egoity, and cultivate the feeling of sarvatma bhava, sarva atma bhava. This sarva atma bhava is something which is the ideal. Bhagavad Gita has put forth, and in this there is no discrimination, but acceptance, no negation, and this is what is the job of education. Now this realization of peace is not piecemeal. It is a global movement. You should involve each and everyone. Everyone must contribute one's might for the realization, for the protection of peace. Though we have some agencies established for maintenance of peace, like peacekeeping forces, etc., but they have failed because the root cause of all evil is our vicious mind. And though we may wish to be virtuous, we do not become virtuous. As a popular saying says, Janami dharmam nachame pravritti, Janami adharmam nachame nivritti. So what is needed is a pravritti, indulgence in peace and in practice of virtues. So peace is in fact a pivotal virtue. And if there is peace, there is prosperity, and there is happiness. Everyone wants to be happy. But one can be happy only if there is peace. Peace within and peace outside. Let me congratulate Swami Sri Hari Prasad ji for organizing peace conferences, international peace conferences, involving a galaxy of religious saints and scholars. His endeavor, his enterprise is not only praiseworthy, but it's something in which everyone has to participate sincerely. Everyone has to practice it. And if that is done, definitely this world will be an ideal place to live. And this is the need of the hours in particular. Of course, there has been a breach of peace right from the start of creation. We have wars, we have spread of hatred, jealousy, etc. Ramayana and Mahabharata are the evidences for that. Even in the Vedas, we find that there are demons who create this breach of violence and breach of peace. But now in the 21st century, this is more needed. This is because here we have the whole world has become one single family. There is globalization. And for globalization, therefore, peace is a prerequisite. So let me congratulate Swamiji once again and hope that the learned saints and scholars will enlighten us so that we purify our mind. As Yajurveda says, and I quoted, that let my mind be pure. That if mind is pure, our action will always be pure. If there is Chitta Suddhi, there will always be Charya Shuddhi. Chitta and Charya go together, and therefore let there be purity of mind. And this is possible through proper education. Education has a dual purpose in our culture. Sa vidya ya vimukta. This is what, but sa vidya ya arthakari. It should also enable us to earn a livelihood, a quality of life. Because if you have quality of life, then only peace will prevail. And if there is no quality of life, if there is jealousy, if there is hatred, if there is a competition, no cooperation, if there is a conflict, then. But one thing I would like to conclude with: peace is resolvable. Peace can be resolved. And our endeavor should be to resolve peace. Peace within and also peace outside. Because peace is not natural, it is something which is adventitious. We create conditions which result in violation of peace. So we have to eradicate those conditions. As Lord Buddha in his doctrine of Pratitya Samutva pointed out, that you remove the cause and the effect will get removed. So let us first of all, you can say, locate those causal conditions which are responsible for breach of peace and eradicate those conditions so that the world is a happy place, nice place to live in. I wish that the learned audience, both who are present here and those who are participating on live, will take active part in restoration of peace wherever there is a absence of peace. I'm sorry I could not be physically present because of my health condition, but I congratulate the scholars who have assembled here. All of them are learned scholars. All of them are realized soul, I would say, and therefore let their realization spread all over the globe and let the whole humanity be benefited by their learning and expertise. But it should not be merely theoretical, it should be practical. Just as Vivekananda talked of practical Vedanta, not just theoretical Vedanta. Let us strive our best to bring about peace in the world. Thank you very much. Over to the organizers. Peace. I'm sorry I could not be physically present because of my health condition, but I congratulate the scholars who have here, and all of them are learned scholars.
On behalf of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, I'd like to thank Professor S.R. Bhatt for taking time to set the theme of the conference. He spoke primarily about sustainable development and individual's role and education. Besides individuals, I think we have to also understand how we deal with each other as nations, and who better to talk about it than Sri Tirumurti. I'll introduce Sri Tirumurti in a little while. We just want to, I mean, sorry for the technical problem that we had. And my fellow devotee Mahesh was telling me that technology never fails to fail. And that actually happened. So we'll just be testing the virtual link for about a couple of minutes. So once that is done, then I'll introduce, and then we will have the inaugural address by Sri Tirumurti. So just please bear with the 2-minute break.
Length audio on the kilo.
May I take this opportunity to inquire from Puja?
Thank you, Kaushik and Sham. So we'll have the inaugural address as stated by Ambassador T.S. Tirumurti. Um, 7 years. He joined the IFS in 1985. He has represented India's interests in various capacities in the world scenario. He served as ambassador and then permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York between 2020 to 22. He was president of the UN Security Council.
Hello.
August.
ठीक हूँ सुनाओ मैं भी फिलहाल तो
And chair of Taliban Sanctions Committee, Libyan Sanctions Committee, and also Counter-Terrorism Committee of the Security Council. He has served in various capacities in the Ministry of External Affairs. He was ambassador in several countries, Cairo in Egypt, then Palestine Authority in Gaza, and so on. He also has a diploma in Arabic language. He has been India's negotiator in climate change and environment, so very suited for this conference, peace and sustainable development, related issues for several years. Ambassador Tirumurti has degrees in commerce and in law. He is also the author of 3 books. I call upon Ambassador T.S. Tirumurti to give the inaugural address.
I'll just.
Respected Swamijis and my dear friends, it's indeed a great privilege to be present here for the inaugural of the 7th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation. It was my singular privilege to have met Swamiji when he organized a conference in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia in 2017. It was the first conference of its kind in our cultural center in Malaysia. It is called the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Cultural Center. And in fact, we had one of the leaders of the opposition, the Malaysian opposition leader, inaugurating this conference, Dato Saifuddin Abdullah. Soon after inaugurating the conference, within a short time, he became the foreign minister of Malaysia. So Swamiji, your conference has been very lucky for him. But I think more than luck, the very fact that we had a Malaysian opposition leader inaugurate the conference showed that India as a country was willing to work with the entire spectrum of views in Malaysia, since that has always been our ethos. To understand and listen, and understand different points of view is indeed the beginning of reconciliation. Today is a conference on peace and reconciliation. But in my area of work, we come across more of conflicts rather than peace and reconciliation. So therefore, I'll talk to you about conflicts more than peace and reconciliation. I have some experience in conflicts because I served in Gaza Strip. I lived there for more than 2 years in the midst of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And as you mentioned, since I knew a bit of Arabic, it also helped me to understand issues relating to the Arab world, to the Middle East, much better. I was also in the United States when the terrorist attack took place on the 11th of September in New York. At the same time, I was also head of division as Joint Secretary when Sri Lanka saw the end of 3 decades of conflict when LTTE was defeated in 2009. I was also the head of division for Myanmar. In Myanmar, as you know, there has been military rule for a very long time, but I was there as head of division at the time when they had their first parliamentary elections. Aung San Suu Kyi was freed at the time. This is 2010. And we've gone back to an era of military rule, but it was still something which was important. And I had also witnessed as head of division when I was dealing with Bangladesh after 11 years of military rule. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina came to power. And after 30 years in Maldives, 30 years of President Gayoom, they had their first multi-party elections. So one has seen this transition in some countries, especially in South Asia, which is it's great to see that in South Asia, we are moving towards peace and reconciliation. We are moving towards greater participatory role by the people of those countries. And so far, there is a great deal of optimism that irrespective of the fact that what we see in Pakistan or in other countries, even though democracy is not fully settled in some of these countries, that there is greater participation by the people, and greater participation by the people leads to reconciliation. And that is extremely important for South Asia. Whereas the scenario is not so optimistic outside our region. And as you, of course, know, I have recently served as India's ambassador to the United Nations in New York, and it also coincided with India's 2-year stint in the Security Council. This month, actually, we are finishing our 2-year stint in the Security Council. And the Security Council, as you all know, is the highest UN body looking after international peace and security. But the agenda of the Security Council, by its very nature, is overflowing with conflicts. And these are conflicts which go back decades. It's not about not just one decade, some of them go back three decades, and they are still there as conflicts on the agenda of the Security Council. And newer conflicts get added to the agenda. We had Afghanistan, which has come in. Then we had Ukraine, of course, but there is Ethiopia. All of them keep coming, and Myanmar again came back into the agenda on the 1st of February 2021. And most of these conflicts remain unresolved. Billions of dollars are spent on these conflicts, supporting one party or the other. Billions more are spent on humanitarian assistance for those who are affected by these conflicts, women, minorities, children, and there is no end in sight. And all this escalation of conflicts, old ones, new ones, they are all coming at a time when there is COVID. When it has affected all our lives, the last thing you need is conflicts. And this is the time when they have taken advantage of this and they are having this. So we are having more conflicts in the midst of one of the once in a lifetime pandemic, which is COVID. So I think this is the scenario which you are accosted with right now. In addition to all these conflicts between the various states, between one country and another, there is a new form of conflict which we are facing in a very big way. This is conflict with non-state actors. We call them non-state actors, but what it means in plain English, it is terrorism. Terrorism and transnational crimes. Terrorism is used by states to further their cause. In addition, there is radicalization, there is extremism, where youth, they are misguided. And they have now become weapons. They're using youth as weapons for terrorizing, for radicalization, for tearing at the fabric of communities and societies, especially in countries where there is breakdown of governance. You already know of the specter of terror by ISIS, by Al-Qaeda, by Islamic jihadist terror groups in our own neighborhood, in the Middle East. And now this is spreading very fast in Africa also. And I'm not saying this, these are documented by the UN reports and by many other reports. And since I was also chair of the Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee, and I was also, as you mentioned, also chairing the Taliban Sanctions Committee, I was reading some of these things, and I can assure you it is a very alarming trend which is happening around the world. So we have state and non-state actors disrupting societies with terror, and we have also conflict between states. But apart from that, we also have conflicts intrastate and even between communities within a state. And what sustains these conflicts between states and keeps them alive? I think it starts with the way we deal with conflicts. I'm talking about international conflict between states. And it also depends on who deals with them. And what sort of yardsticks do we apply to resolve these conflicts? Because we apply different yardsticks. If it is a military takeover in Myanmar, we apply a certain yardstick. If it is a Taliban takeover in Afghanistan, we apply a different yardstick. If it is a takeover, even in Mali, there has been 2 military takeovers. The first military takeover, the world applied a different yardstick. They welcomed it. The secondary military takeover, they became the bad guys. So there are different yardsticks we apply. The proxy wars, you know that there are countries which fight each other, but in a different country. And even the some of the sanctions we have seen in Ukraine, the type of sanctions which they have imposed, they have been extremely counterproductive. They are supposed to remedy the situation, but they actually become counterproductive, and they are unilateral. So I think when we look at all these, it's unfortunate that no one who is dealing with conflicts have the interest of the people of these countries in their mind. Except, of course, that they rush in with a lot of humanitarian assistance. But this humanitarian assistance only gets bigger. And because the people's suffering are only increasing in these countries because of conflicts. So it becomes a vicious cycle. Because there is no political process, I just told you the different types of yardsticks they apply, and there is really no peace in sight. So the outside powers who are supposed to help and assist actually become a hindrance to peace and reconciliation. The United Nations Security Council, who deal with all these conflicts. Now, if you see what is called the permanent 5 members, there are permanent members. We have the United Kingdom, France, United States, China, and Russia. They are extremely polarized. They are not able to agree on anything. As 5 countries, they are not able to agree on many things. And if you look at, say, Africa, there is conflicts in Africa. They are all dying to be resolved. But what is happening is, if you see the P5, you have the West on the one side. You have the former colonial masters in Africa, also in the P5. Then on the other hand, you have these so-called new development partners of Africa, also in the P5. So each one of them have different interests in Africa. So on the one hand, when it comes to Ukraine, the P5 condemn the violation of the UN Charter. They say territorial integrity should be protected. But these are the same P5 who have their own troops stationed inside countries without the consent of the countries concerned. On the other hand, they are also condemning territorial integrity of other countries when they are violated. So I think, these are the type of double standards and which we are dealing with. And also the nature of solution which they propose. For example, when it comes to the Ukraine conflict, the type of unilateral measures they have put in the West, it has affected the entire set of developing countries. I don't have to tell you about what our External Affairs Minister says when it talks about food issues related problems, oil-related problems, fertilizer-related issues, and this is affecting all countries of the world. In India, we are fortunate, we are a bigger country, and we can take measures to protect our interests, but this is not possible for many tons of developing countries. And these are measures which are being implemented with complete disregard for their interests. So this is the type of, sometimes the solution which they think itself becomes the problem, and it gets exacerbated. Now, there is also another angle, which is there is considerable hesitancy to tackle terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. And especially those which are based on radical and violent religious ideologies. And as I said, we have seen it in Asia, and we're going to, in our neighborhood, and we are seeing it in Africa. And we need collective action to tackle terrorism. But the world, unfortunately, is getting more and more divided on how to tackle it. What I'm trying to say is that, 9/11, before 9/11, happened in the United States 20 years ago, the world was divided into your terrorists and my terrorists. If it happened around India, it was your terrorists, it's your headache. If it happened somewhere in Africa, it was my terrorists and it is my headache. So what happened is we were divided. But when 9/11 happened, suddenly everyone realized that what can happen in one corner of the world can happen in the middle of Manhattan in New York. So it became our terrorists, that we will all fight terrorism together. But now we have come back to an era where we are once again not fighting terrorism together. If it happens in our neighborhood, it's your terrorists. And Europe is very, very preoccupied with right-wing, and the US is now preoccupied with racial and ethnical issues. Taliban's links with terrorism hasn't weakened. If at all, they have increased. We have cross-border terrorism against India by Pakistan. So when you look at all this, once again, they're all looking after so-called their terrorists and our terrorists. This collective fight is weakening. And another aspect which is important for us, because you're also religious leaders, you also come from different faiths, is the rise of contemporary forms of religiophobia. The UN and the rest of the world have traditionally condemned religiophobias and phobias against three Abrahamic religions: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. And rightly so, because we cannot tolerate hatred, phobias against Abrahamic religions, and they should be strongly condemned. Please let there be no hesitation about these things. However, what the world has failed to acknowledge is that in the last decade or more, the attacks and hatred against non-Abrahamic religions have also increased exponentially. And in many cases, they are emasculating the minority voices. So what we are witnessing now is a very virulent form of religiophobias, which are contemporary, which is anti-Hindu, anti-Buddhist, anti-Sikh, and other religiophobias which are coming up. And we have seen that in our own neighborhood and elsewhere. We have seen the destruction of temples, the glorification of breaking of idols, violation of Gurudwara premises, massacre of Sikh pilgrims in Gurudwaras. You have seen the destruction of the Bamyan Buddha, those wonderful structures, beautiful ones in Afghanistan. And then many religious iconic sites are being attacked. So hate crimes against Hindus, against Sikhs and others have only increased, including in the West, in the United States and elsewhere. But we are labeling them as terrorist attacks. But you and I know that they are not terrorist attacks. In fact, they are terrorist attacks, but they are something more than terrorist attacks. And this is something which we need to look at. So we need to acknowledge phobias against non-Abrahamic religions as well, just as we strongly condemn these phobias against Abrahamic religions. And why I'm mentioning this is that if you don't do that, they have a serious implication for multicultural, pluralistic, and democratic societies like India. Pluralistic democracies cannot afford to watch the world go down the slippery slope. And this will actually fuel more conflicts. And this will seriously affect the process of peace and reconciliation in our societies. So what I've tried to give you today is just a sort of bird's eye view of not only the conflict between states and states, but also between non-state actors, but in particular, some of the things which we need to look at in the world of today, which is the rise of terrorism, the rise of religiophobias, and how we tackle them. So therefore, I am giving you more questions than answers, but that's the job of the diplomat. We never really answer, but we can always ask questions. But let me say that in the midst of all this, there is no cause for despair. Even though the conflicts are increasing, that we have the necessary people who can deal with this. We have the necessary will to deal with it. And since I have been a climate change negotiator, I have seen that in the last 30 years, where we were earlier and where we are now, how countries have come together to tackle this serious global issue of sustainable development, of climate change. We have see how they are coming together to tackle the issues relating to women. India, as you know, is one of the largest contributors to peacekeeping, UN peacekeeping forces. we have contributed more than 250,000 troops. We have suffered, we have had martyrs, the largest number of martyrs among our soldiers of 177. And we are firmly committed. We have done 49 missions, and the first ever women UN peacekeeping troop in the world was contributed by India. And this is something which is, so the role of women, the importance of women, the world is coming together, and to see how, there are various things we are coming together, but when it comes to conflicts like this, I think there is a need for the world to come together. And this is a collective effort by religion, by religions, by cultures, and by states. And it cannot be done in isolation. And the G20 theme, which I think our government has given, is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. That is a G20 theme. And while we may think that it is a slogan, but I think there is a great determination on the part of the government of India to see that this is actually implemented in practice. And as the president of G20, we now have an opportunity to see how we can take the world together at a time when it is very, very deeply divided. So Swamiji, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm very happy to be here. And I'm very happy that I could come and attend this very important conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Tirumurthy. It was very, the experience was flowing through. It was very interesting and very, I mean, it looked very pessimistic at the start. But thankfully at the end, you ended it really, really positive. You know? Yeah, it rails. So I'm not a diplomat, so I use all the wrong words. But yeah, thank you very much for the excellent setting the stage and why this whole peace and reconciliation is so important. I request Iswaran Mama to give the memento to Ambassador Tirumurthy. The next speaker we have is His Highness Jagadguru Swami Sri Narayana Tirtha, Shankaracharya of Kalikambal Peetam Gangotri. Just a brief introduction. Yeah, His Holiness Ananta Shri Vibhushit Swami Narayana Tirtha, Shankaracharya of the Kalikambal Peet Gangotri. He is from the pristine, unbroken and authentic order of the Shankaracharya tradition that was established by Sri Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada himself. Swamiji got his initiation into the holy sannyasa order from His Holiness Ananta Shri Swami Niranjana Deva Tirth, the Shankaracharya of Govardhana Peetha Puri in the year 1976 on the Mahashivratri day. Swamiji is well versed in several Upanishads and Shastras and has had first-hand experience of practicing these principles. Swamiji is a very simple and approachable to anyone. No caste or creed is required. The doors are always open to everyone who wants to experience and share the grace of the divine. I call upon His Highness Jagadguru Swamiji to give his talk.
Sri Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavatpada Shankaram Loga Shankaram Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam Sutra Bhashakrito Vande Bhagavando Punapunaha. அவித்யானாம் அந்தஸ்மிர விஹீர தீபநகரி ஜடானாம் சைதன்யஸ்ஸ பகமகரந்தஸ்ருதீஜரி தரித்ராணாம் சிந்தாமணி குணநிகா ஜன்மஜலதௌ நிமக்னானாம் தம்ஸ்ராமரரிபுவராகஸ்ய பவதி. கிருஷ்ணம் வந்தே ஜகத்குரு. கொஞ்ச நேரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி நம்ம அம்பாசிடர் டி.எஸ். திருமூர்த்தி ரொம்ப அழகா சொன்ன எக்ஸ்பிளனேஷன்ஸ்லாம். இந்த கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட்ஸ்னு ஒரு அழகான ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட் எடுத்துட்டு ரொம்ப அற்புதமா இந்த தேசத்துக்கு இந்த உலகத்துக்கு என்ன தேவையோ அதை அற்புதமா சொன்னார். இந்த கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட் ஏன் வர்றது அப்படின்னா என்ன காரணம் அப்படின்னா, எங்க இந்த இந்திரிய நிகிரகம் இல்லையோ அங்கெல்லாம் இந்த கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட் வரதான் வரும். ஆதிசங்கராச்சாரியா அழகா சொல்லியிருக்கிறார், சகனாம் சர்வதுக்கானாம் அப்பிரதிகார பூர்வகம் சிந்தா விலாபரகிதம் சிதிக்ஷா நிகத்தியதே. அதாவது மனுஷனுக்கு என்னன்னா இந்திரிய நிகிரகங்கிறது ரொம்ப அவசியம். இந்த இந்திரிய நிகிரகம் இல்லாத வரைக்கும் இந்த வேர்ல்டு கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட்லாம் இருந்துதான் இருக்கும். இந்த இந்திரிய நிகிரகம் வந்துடுச்சுன்னா அப்பதான் வசுதைவ குடும்பத்துக்கு ஒரு அர்த்தமே வரும். இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தோம்னா என்ன உலகத்துல என்ன இல்லைன்னா மனசை சரியான பாதையில வச்சுக்கிறது இல்லை. அதாவது இந்திரியங்களை அடக்கினா அவனுக்கு தசரதன்னு சொல்லலாம், இந்திரியத்தை அலைய விட்டா தசகிரீவன்னு சொல்லலாம். நீங்க என்னன்னா உலகத்துல பூரா என்னன்னா சாமவேதம் அழகா சொல்றது அக்ரோதேன குரோதகாங்கிறது. அதாவது ஷமா தயானால உலகத்தை அது என்னன்னா கோபத்தை குறைக்கணுங்கிறது. அதுக்கு அடுத்தது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம் லோபம்னு பேரு. லோபம், இந்த லோபத்தை ஒழிக்கணும்னா தானத்தினால ஒழிக்க முடியும். அடுத்தது என்னன்னா அசத்தியம். அசத்தியத்தை ஜெயிக்கணும்னா சத்தியத்தை பரிபாலனம் பண்ணணும். சத்தியத்தை பரிபாலனம் பண்ணாதான் அசத்தியத்தை ஜெயிக்க முடியும். கடைசியா என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா அஸ்ரத்தா. அஸ்ரத்தா ஒழிக்கணும்னா ஸ்ரத்தையா இருக்கணும். இந்த 4 விஷயத்தை வச்சிருந்தாலும் ரொம்ப அழகா சொல்றார் நாரதர், யத் பிராப்ய நா கிஞ்சித் வாஞ்சதி நா சோஷதி நா துவேஷ்டி நா ரமதே நோ உற்சாகி பவதி. அது மனுஷனுக்குன்னா ஆசை ஜாஸ்தியா போயிடுது. வேதத்துல எடுத்தோம்னா 2 விதமான லட்சணங்கள் உண்டு. ஒன்று பிரவருத்தி லட்சணம், 2வது நிவர்த்தி லட்சணம். இந்த பிரவருத்தி லட்சணத்துல இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் என்னதான் தேடினாலும் அமைதி கிடைக்காது, இந்த பீஸ்ஃபுல்னஸ் கிடைக்காது. என்னன்னா அங்க எது வேணுமோ அந்த வேணுங்கிற விஷயத்துல மனசு போகாது. அல்ப பதார்த்தங்கள்னால இருக்கக்கூடிய மோகங்கள் குறையாது. அந்த அல்ப பதார்த்தத்துக்கு மேல இருக்கிற ஆசை குறையிற வரைக்கும் இந்த அமைதிங்கிறது கிடைக்கவே கிடைக்காது. இதெல்லாம் எப்படி போகணும் அப்படின்னா கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சஸ் பத்தி ரொம்ப அழகா சொன்னார். இப்போ ரீசெண்டா அமெரிக்காவில் என்ன பண்ணனா ஆப்பிரிக்காவோட கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் நடந்தது. அதுல கடைசியில் என்ன இவாளுக்கு இந்த அசிஸ்டன்ஸ்லாம் கொடுத்த உடனே அமெரிக்காவோட காரியம் முடிஞ்சுடுத்துன்னு அப்படின்னு இவரை நினைச்சுட்டார் அமெரிக்கன் பிரசிடென்ட். இதெல்லாம் சால்வ் பண்ணவே பண்ணாது. அதோட ரூட் காஸ் என்ன, அதை எப்படி சால்வ் பண்றதுக்கு எல்லாரும் ஒத்து வாழ்ந்தாதான் முடியும். இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தோம்னா உக்ரைன் முதல்ல ஆப்கானிஸ்தான் முடிஞ்சுடுத்து, அடுத்தது உக்ரைன் வந்திருக்கு. அதுக்கு அடுத்தது என்ன தேசம் வரப்போதோ தெரியல. இது தொடர்கடையா இருக்கு. என்ன காரணம்னா மனுஷனுக்கு அபரிமிதமான அக்ரஷன் சொல்லலாம். சைனாவோட அக்ரஷன் அவனுக்கு அருணாச்சல பிரதேசத்தை கொடுத்தா கூட பத்தாது, பூரா இந்தியாவை சாப்பிட்டா கூட அவனுக்கு பத்தாது. அது மாதிரி மனுஷனுக்கு இப்போ மனுஷனுக்கு என்ன ரொம்ப அழகா சொன்னார். இன்னொரு விஷயத்தையும் அழகா சொன்னார், இந்த ரிலிஜியஸ் கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட், நான் ஸ்டேட் ஆக்டர்ஸ் ரொம்ப அழகா சொன்னார். இன்னைக்கு அதான் பிரச்சனை. அதெல்லாம் போகணும்னா நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்னா ரிலிஜியன் ஒரே ஒரு காரியத்துல மட்டும் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணும். என்லைட்டன்மெண்ட், முமுட்சத்துவங்கிற இதுக்கு யோகியதைய வரவழைச்சுக்கணும். ரிலிஜன் வந்து மனுஷனுக்கு என்ன சொல்லணும்னா, இதெல்லாம் எது வேண்டாமோ அதெல்லாம் நீ விளக்கணும்னு சொல்லணும். ஆனா ரிலிஜனே வந்து இன்னைக்கு என்ன பண்றதுன்னா, ஒரு டெரரிசத்தை உருவாக்குறது. அதெல்லாம் குறையணும். முதல்ல அவெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும், டெரரிசத்தினால உலகத்தை ஜெயிக்கவே முடியாது, பீஸ் கிடைக்கவே கிடைக்காது. இப்போ பார்த்தோன்னா ஈஸியா படுத்து, அந்த ப்ராக்சி வார்ங்கிறது ரொம்ப ஈஸியா படுத்து. அவளுக்கு நிறைய செலவு பண்ணணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல குண்டை வெடிச்சுட்டு ஒரு பீஸை வந்து டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணணும். நிறைய இப்போ பார்த்தா இந்தியாவில் பார்த்தோன்னா கேரளா வந்து எபிசென்டர் ஆஃப் டெரரிசம் ஆயிடுச்சு. இது தேசத்துக்கு மட்டும் நல்லதில்ல, டெரரிசத்தை ஊக்குவிக்கிறவாளுக்கும் அது நல்லதில்லை. அதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் நம்ம ரிலீஜியஸ் லீடர்ஸ்லாம் என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, அடிக்கடி கலந்து பேசி அமைதியான உலகம் உருவாக்குறதுக்காக நம்ம வந்து பிரயத்தனப்படணும். இதை இப்போ நீங்க தவற விட்டுட்டேன்னா நாளைக்கு வந்து நம்ம உலகத்தை நம்மளால காப்பாற்ற முடியாது. எந்து நதையோ வஷந்து பர்ஜன்யாக ஸ்விப்பலா ஓஷதையோ பவந்து அன்னவதாம் மோதனவதாம் மாமிக்ஷவதாம் ஏஷாம் ராஜா பூயாசம்னு ஒரு வேதத்துல ஒரு இது உண்டு. இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தோன்னா ஃபுட் செக்யூரிட்டி, அதையும் அவர் கொஞ்சம் லேசாக டச் பண்ணால் நிறையா சொல்லலை. இந்த ஃபுட் செக்யூரிட்டியும் இந்த பீஸுக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப அவசியம். இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தோன்னா பாவர்ட்டியோட இது வந்து எலிவேஷன் ஆஃப் பாவர்ட்டின்னு எடுத்து நிறைய எல்லா இடத்துலையும் பாவர்ட்டி ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்கு. நிறைய கண்ட்ரி வந்து ஸ்ரீலங்கா மாதிரி இருக்கிற கண்ட்ரி வந்து கடன் வாங்கினால் போல் கலங்கினால் யாரும் இலங்கை வேந்தன்னு ஒரு தமிழில் ஒரு ஏதோ இது உண்டு, அந்த ஸ்திதிக்கு வந்துடுத்து. இன்னைக்கு சைனா வந்து முதல்ல இந்த வார் தான் பண்ணிட்டு இப்போ வந்து என்னன்னா எக்கனாமிக்கல் வாரும் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. அது நிறைய ஆப்பிரிக்கன் கண்ட்ரிஸ் நிறைய போயிடுத்து. ஆனா இதுல நிறைய இப்போ வந்து நஷ்டம். இந்த கொரோனா வந்தது, அதனால நிறைய கண்ட்ரி தப்பிச்சுடுத்து. ஏன்னா யார் இது வந்து கெடுவான் கேடு நினைப்பான்னு சொன்னானோ அதே மாதிரி விஷயத்துல வந்து சைனா இது பண்ண இன்னைக்கு வந்து அவனுக்கே கஷ்டமா போயிடுத்து. இனிமே நம்ம எல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, எல்லாம் ஒத்துமையா இருக்கணும்னா, சகனாபவத்து சகனோபுணத்து சகவீரியம் கரபாவகை தேஜஸ்வினாவதீதமஸ்து மாவித் விஷாவகைங்கிற பிரார்த்தனை மந்திரத்தை சொல்லிண்டு அடுத்த ரிலிஜன் வந்து எந்த காரணத்திலையும் நான் டெரரிஸ்டுக்கு வந்து நான் வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ண மாட்டேன், அவளுக்கு வந்து நான் இது பண்ண மாட்டேன். எல்லா ரிலிஜனும் சேர்ந்துட்டு ஒரு சபதம் எடுத்துட்டாதான் இந்த தேசத்தை காப்பாற்ற முடியும். ரிலிஜன் இஸ் ஃபார் ரியலைசேஷன் ஒன்லி, இட் இஸ் ஃபார் நான் அதர் ரேடிக்கலிசம்ங்கிறது ரிலிஜனோட வேலையே கிடையாது. அந்த வேலையை வந்து ரிலிஜன்லாம் வந்து இன்னைக்கு வந்து அத்தனை ரிலிஜனும் அதை பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருதுன்னா நம்ம தேசத்தை காப்பாற்றவே முடியாது. அத்தனை ரிலிஜியஸ் லீடரும் அன்கண்டிஷனல் லவ், பீஸை பற்றி தான் எல்லா இடத்துலையும் பேசணும். எல்லாம் ஒத்துமையா இருந்து இந்த தேசத்தை காப்பாற்றணும். முன்னாடி நம்ம அழகா செய்ய நம்ம பாரத தேசம் வந்து பறந்து விரிஞ்சு இருந்தது. அந்த ரிலிஜன்னால நம்ம பிரிஞ்சு போயிட்டோம். நீ சிந்து நதியில போய் ஸ்நானம் பண்ணணும்னா நம்மளால முடியவே இல்லை. அந்த ரிலிஜன் வந்து நம்மளை என்ன பண்ணக்கூடாது, நம்ம பீஸை சாப்பிடக்கூடாது. அதனால எல்லா ரிலிஜனும் ஒன்னா இருக்கணும். எல்லா ரிலிஜனும் நல்லதை மட்டும்தான் பேசணும்னு கெட்டதை பேசக்கூடாது. அதனால இனிமே அத்தனை ரிலிஜியஸ் லீடருக்கு சொல்றேன், நீங்க சேர்ந்து இந்த என்விரான்மெண்ட்டையும் இல்லை இந்த லோகத்தை பூரா நீங்க காப்பாற்றுறதுக்கு எல்லா அப்படி விஷயங்களையும் எடுத்துக்கணும். சொல்ல போனோம்னா இஸ்ரேல் இன்னைக்கு காலத்துல இஸ்ரேல் பிரார்த்தனை இது பண்ணலாம். இப்போ நிறைய மாறி இருக்கு இஸ்ரேல். இதுல கூட இப்போ பார்த்தோன்னா ரிலேஷன் வித் த நைபரிங் நேஷன் நிறைய இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆயிருக்கு. இன்னும் நிறைய இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகணும். இந்த யுத்தம் தான் ஒரு தீர்வா இருக்க முடியாது. இவர் கூட சொன்னார், உக்ரைன்ல வந்து நம்ம இந்தியாவோட பொசிஷன் வந்து எடுத்தது வந்து நிறைய வந்து யூரோப்பியன் நேஷனுக்கு பிடிக்கல அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். ஆனா நம்ம வந்து என்னன்னா இதுல ஒரு இதை பார்க்கணும். என்னன்னா இந்த யூரோப்பியன் நேஷன் பூரா வந்து பீஸ் அவளுக்கு தேவைப்படல போல இருக்கிறதா வந்து உக்ரைனோட பேச்சுவார்த்தைக்கே வரல. உக்ரைனே வந்து பேச்சுவார்த்தைக்கு தயாரா இல்லை, ரஷ்யாவோட பேச்சுவார்த்தைக்கு தயாரா இல்லை. அதே வந்து யுஎஸ் பிரசிடென்ட்டோ யூரோப்பியன் நேஷனோ நேட்டோவோ வந்து இது வந்து நம்ம வந்து வில் இனிஷியேட் டாக்ஸ், வில் கோ ஃபார் த கன்க்ளூஷன் ஃபார் திஸ் கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட்னு அவளுக்கு தோணித்துனா இந்த உக்ரைன் ப்ராப்ளத்தையும் 1 or 2 months இது பண்ண முடியும். பட் அமெரிக்காவுக்கு எதே பழக்கம்னா ஆப்கானிஸ்தான் எப்படி ஆகணுமோ அதே மாதிரி உக்ரைன் ஆகணும்னு அமெரிக்காவுக்கு வந்து ஆசை போல இருக்கு. அதனால தான் அந்த பேச்சுவார்த்தைக்கு தயாரா இல்லை. இந்தியா கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து நிஜமா வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ணும். ஆனா நீ வந்து நிறைய வந்து நீயே கான்ஃப்ளிக்டை ஜாஸ்தி பண்ணா நம்ம இந்தியாவோட வந்து எக்ஸ்டர்னல் பாலிசி தப்பா இருக்கலாம், இல்லை கரெக்டாகவும் இருக்கலாம். அதை பத்தி எனக்கு தெரியாது, ஏன்னா நான் என்னோட வேலை இல்லை. இருந்தாலும் சொல்றேன், உக்ரைன்லயும் அமைதி திரும்பணும், ஆப்கானிஸ்தான்லயும் மறுபடியும் இது நல்ல அமைதி திரும்பணும். நமக்கு இந்தியா பாகிஸ்தானோட ரிலேஷன்ஷிப்பும் இந்தியாவுக்கு வந்து நல்லா வரணும். ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து நமக்கு எவ்வளவு வந்து ஃபியூயல் காஸ்ட் ஆகுதுங்கிறது பார்த்தோம்னா பாகிஸ்தான்ல நிறைய அங்கேருந்து பைப் லைன் போட்டால் இந்தியாவுக்கு நிறைய இன்னும் ஃபியூயல் வந்து கம்மியான விலை கொடுக்க முடியும். அதெல்லாம் பண்றதுக்கு என்ன வேணும்னா முதல்ல பீஸ்ஃபுல் அட்மாஸ்பியர் அவசியம். அதனால பாகிஸ்தானும் புரிஞ்சுக்கணும் நம்ம மேலேயும் தப்பு இருக்கு. அந்த நாட்டை ரெண்டா உடைச்சோம். முதல்ல வந்து ரிலிஜனுக்காக தேசத்தை உடைச்சோம். அப்புறம் நம்ம தேசம் என்ன பண்ணோம்னா அந்த நாட்டை ரெண்டா உடைச்சோம். அதனாலதான் இன்னைக்கு வந்து ப்ராக்ஸி வார் இருக்கு. காரணம் என்னன்னா நம்ம அனாவசியமா இன்னொரு நாட்டுல பூந்து அந்த நாட்டை ரெண்டா ஆக்கினோம். அதனாலதான் இந்தியா ரெண்டு பட்டுட்டு இருக்கு. அது இல்லாம இனிமே எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து வாழணும். உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் என்னுடைய ஆசீர்வாதம் சொல்றேன். நான் நிறைய பேச போறது இல்லை. நீங்களாம் ரொம்ப அற்புதமா பேசுறது. இவர் திருமூர்த்தியோட பேச்சை கேட்ட உடனே நம்ம போரும் இதே போரும்னு ஆயிடுத்து எனக்கு. லா ஆஃப் டிமினிஷிங் மார்ஜினாலிட்டி இல்லை, அவரோட இதை கேட்டால் லா ஆஃப் இன்க்ரீசிங் மார்ஜினாலிட்டி தான் என்னுடைய இது மனசுல இருக்கு. அப்படியே இன்னும் நிறைய அவருடைய ஸ்பீச்சஸ்லாம் கேட்கணும். அவருடைய இன்னும் இந்தியாவுக்கு ரிட்டையர்மெண்ட் ஆகிட்டு வந்துட்டேன்னாரு. இனிமேதான் மறுபடியும் ஒரு ஜேர்னி ஆரம்பிக்கணும். இந்தியாவுக்கு இவ மாதிரி ஆளெல்லாம் இன்னும் நிறைய விஷயங்களை கொண்டு வந்து இந்தியா வந்து ஒரு இன்னும் பெரிய உன்னதமான நாடா மாற்றணுங்கிறதுல அவருக்கு ஆசீர்வாதம் பண்றேன். இவர் வந்து எங்க கூட அடிக்கடி கான்டாக்ட்ல இருக்கணும். அவர் ரொம்ப அற்புதமா பேசினார் இன்னைக்கு. இவர் ஃபாதர் வின்சென்ட் வந்து என்ன இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணிட்டார். கேட்டவன ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். தர்சனீய தமோ சாந்தம் மனோநயன வர்தனம் அவர் பார்த்தோன்னே ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருந்தது. எல்லாம் நம்ம தேசத்தை ஜெயிக்கணும்னா எல்லாம் சேர்ந்துட்டு நான் ஜெயிச்சாதான் எல்லாம் ஜெயிக்க முடியும். இது இண்டிவிஜுவல் விக்டரி இல்லை, ஒரு தேசத்தோட வெற்றியா இருக்கணும், இந்த வேர்ல்டோட வெற்றியா இருக்கணும் சொல்லி எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச சின்ன உரையை முடிச்சுக்கிறேன். நீங்கள்லாம் நல்லா இருக்கணும். நம்ம பார்வதி பதையே அரகர மகாதேவா.
I request Iswaran Mama to give the memento to His Highness Jagadguru Swami Sri Narayana Dev.
ரொம்ப அற்புதமான நாடா இருக்கு.
The next speaker is Sri Musa Raza. This will be virtual. Sri Musa Raza was conferred the award of Padma Bhushan in 2010. After passing his honors with the first winning all 3 gold medals in English language and literature from the University of Madras, he joined the IAS in 1960. During his career in the government, he occupied several posts. He was the principal secretary to the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Chief Secretary of the Government of Jammu and Kashmir, advisor to the Governor of Uttar Pradesh, Secretary to the Government of India in the Cabinet Secretariat and Ministry of Steel. He also functioned as the chairman of the Standing Conference of Public Enterprises and continues to be a member of the jury that selects public sector companies for excellence awards. He is keenly interested in education, and the Government of India appointed him as the President's nominee for 2 terms on the Aligarh Muslim University IGNOU Board of Studies, Chairman of the MSU University at Baroda, and Jamia Hamdard University. Mr. Raza is a social activist and a voracious reader. His personal library of around 12,000 volumes covers books on comparative religion, academic studies, history, law, philosophy, and Sufism, and economics, apart from books on Islam, Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, etc. He has written 3 books: In Search of Oneness, Smile on Sorrow's Lips, Kashmir, Land of Regrets, and the 4th book. It's an autobiography of Giants and Windmills. I welcome Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Sir Sri Musa Raza, and request him to give his talk.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Namaskaram. Can you all hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm glad that you are able to hear me. First of all, let me say thank you very much, Swami Hari Prasad ji, for 2 things. One immediate and one which has been a matter of great inspiration to me for the last several years. That was when Swamiji, with his charismatic personality, managed to persuade me to become a member of the Vishnu Mohan Foundation. I have been functioning as a member of the Vishnu Mohan Trust for the last several years, and he keeps consulting me, I don't know for whatever it is worth, in many, many matters, and I try to help him and the foundation within the limits that are available to me. I am indeed grateful to him and to the other members of the trust who have been very, very helpful to me and from whom I have gained a lot of knowledge, information, and flow of goodwill, which is the most important thing that could happen. I have been carefully listening to the speeches, and I personally believe that the speech which, the presentation which Shri Ambassador Tirumurti gave was really enlightening, because it gave a broad view, a helicopter view, as they say, of all that is happening currently in the world. In fact, one sentence which he mentioned struck me, and I have noted it down. He said, as a diplomat, he encountered more conflicts than reconciliation, more fights than peace. And he is still, I am sure, directly or indirectly involved in bringing about reconciliation, peace, harmony, and goodwill amongst the various conflicting parties. In fact, I was reminded of the famous statement of Rumi, of whom I am a great acolyte and admirer. He said, Sulhe azdadast umre in jahan. The life of this world is a reconciliation of opposites. That means that a man like Ambassador Tirumurti and people of his community of diplomats, I mean, people of the community of diplomats are constantly engaged in trying to bring about reconciliation among opposites. Their life of diplomacy, is continuous resolution of conflicts, resolution of wars, resolution of fights, and amongst all these things, the kind of equanimity which Ambassador Tirumurti displayed today, standing at the podium, deserves to be complimented for the kind of balance he has maintained, not only in his personal life, but in his presentation also. I have a small cottage on the coast near the sea of a small village called Kovalam, which is 30 miles from Chennai, 50 kilometers. Out of my multifarious engagements, I find rarely time to go there once in 3 or 4 months. And I am in the neighborhood. You can say that cottage is located within maybe 100 yards of a mosque in front, another 100 yards or 150 yards on my left with a very big temple, and on my right I always see a church with the cross and the statue of Christ on top. So you can say that I am surrounded by the 3 great religions of the world: Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam. All 3 religions are there. In the mornings, early mornings, about 4:30, 5 o'clock, I hear the Mohan from the minaret shouting in the loudspeaker, Ashhadu Anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. Now, I was wondering, Muhammad was born and lived 1400 years ago in a remote corner of Arabia, in a place called Mecca. Most of his life, up to the age of 40, he lived as an orphan, looked down upon by his own community of Quraysh, and at the age of 25, he was lucky to find a patron in the form of a lady merchant whose caravans he used to take. She wanted to marry him as a very honest, straightforward. She married him. So he married this lady called Khatija at the age of 25, and she was 40 years old. They lived happily. And then when he was 40 years, 15 years after his marriage, and when he had become a very mature man of 40, in a cave where he used to retire every year for a month or two to meditate, the Quran was revealed to him by God. And he was ordered to go and preach to the people peace, equality, balance, kindness to orphans, etc., etc., etc. Now, there is a lot of misunderstanding about the Quran in the world, and especially in India, because you can take very small bits here and bits there and interpret them to mean that they encourage hatred against other communities and so on. If you read the Quran in a very proper manner, read it, I'm sure that Ambassador Tirumurti must have studied the Quran since he knows Arabic very well. He would be aware of the fact that you can take anything out of context, whether it is from the New Testament, the Old Testament, the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and interpret it to mean that these books are conflict-creating books. They create conflicts. Unfortunately, many people fall in line to the belief that these books, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, Quran, New Testament, Old Testament, all these books are conflict-creating books. Had they been conflict-creating books, would they have survived for these millennia? Would people still be studying them and reading them and writing about them? I don't think so. In fact, I recall once again words of my master Rumi. Rumi said that the creator of Quran gave you instruments and means to interpret the ayats of the Quran, the shlokas. Now, if your interpretation is leading to conflicts, is leading to fights, is leading to misunderstanding, then my friends, burn those instruments and throw those means out of the window. This is Rumi's advice, that don't interpret religious books, religious texts in a way as to create conflicts. I think Jagat Guru just now mentioned about the role of religion and the creation of the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Now, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is a concept which has been there from the Vedas. It is in the Quran called Ummatan Wahida, one people. Ummat means people. Wahida means one, single. So Ummatan Wahida means the creation of one people, one world, where all are related to each other. I remember the lessons which Vasishta gave to Rama in his book, which is written down, Yoga Vasishta, where he says, everyone is your brother in this world. Everything is your brother in this world, not only human beings. Human beings, animals, inanimate objects, they are all related to you and you are related to them. Therefore, honor, respect, and love everyone around you. This is the lesson which Vasishta gave to Rama thousands of years ago. And that is the lesson which Quran has revealed to Muhammad, gives mankind, that you all belong to one Ummatan Wahida. You all belong to one family, one people. If you all belong to one family, how can you have conflicts? How can you have fights? How can you kill each other? In fact, Ambassador Tirumurti talked about terrorism. Terrorism is a total aberration from the Islamic concept. Islam in the Quran very clearly says that if you kill one human being, Mr. Ambassador Tirumati may recall this verse from the Quran. If you kill one human being, it is as though you have killed the whole humanity. If you save one human being, it is as though you have saved the whole of humanity. That means that every individual life also matters. You cannot know terrorists. Of course, the terrorists will have their own justification. As Rumi said, it is easy to take words out of the Quran with the instruments that you have got in your hand of interpretation and give your own interpretation and say that Quran sanctions killing of infidels, killing of apostates, killing of school-going girls like Malala. All that you can interpret in your own way. But that, as Ruby says, throw out those instruments which lead to conflict, which lead to killing. Therefore, as the Jagat Guru said, religion should be utilized to bring about conflict resolution, should be utilized to bring about reconciliation amongst people, should be utilized to draw people close together. I am always reminded, again referring to Rumi, one of the stories in the Masnavi, where Rumi talks about Moses. When the prophet Moses was walking along on the road, he saw a shepherd sitting by the roadside and lifting his face to the heavens. He was saying, Lord God, please come down. I want to see you. I want to make chappals for you. I want to sew clothes for you. I want to take out the lice from your hair. I want to comb your hair. Do come down, Lord, do come down so that I can serve you. Moses stops there and turns to that man. He said, you blasphemer, does God need your clothes? Does God need your chappals? Does God need you to take out the lice from his hair? You are blaspheming God. The shepherd gets abashed, God gets up and walks away. As Moses is moving away, God speaks to him and says, I sent you down into the world to bring people closer to me, not to drive people away from me. Here is a man who wanted to come closer to me, and you have driven him away from me. I do not look at the language that a man uses. Hindiara istilahe Hind madh, says Rumi. Hindiara istilahe Hind madh, Sindhyara istilahe Sindh madh. For the people of India, the idiom of India is most appropriate. For the people of Sindh, the idiom of Sindh is most appropriate. I look into the hearts of the people. I do not look at the language they have used. I do not look at the outward expressions which they coin to address me. I look at their sincerity. I look at their belief in me. So that if you can cultivate, peace can be brought about into this world. conflicts arise because people have got purely selfish interests. Russia wants some part of the territory of Ukraine. Ukraine says, I do not want to part with that territory. I am holding that territory for the last maybe 70 years. East Timor in Indonesia felt that they were being oppressed by the Indonesian nations. South Sudan said that we have got oil in our area. Why should that oil benefit North Sudan? Kashmiris want independence because they feel that they have got their own orchards of apple and attract tourists. They believe that they could do that independently of India. These are all the selfish interests of each individual area, each individual person, which brings about conflict. If people forget these things, in fact, I wrote a book called Kashmir, the Land of Regrets. And I have mentioned in that book that the only solution for the conflict in Kashmir, this morning also I was reading in the paper that 2 persons were killed near the Alpha Gate of the army in Rajouri. I don't know whether they were terrorists or they were only ordinary people. That will come out only after the investigation is properly done. Now, in my book, I have given a solution as I see from my viewpoint. My solution is that every minority which feels that it is being oppressed, suppressed, cribbed, cabined, and confined, the solution for them is that they should develop knowledge, technology, and emerge as what Toynbee calls in his study of history. Toynbee uses the word that when a minority is not in a position to join at the top level in the government and rule the country or the nation, the solution for them is they should develop knowledge to such an extent that they become a creative minority. In India, we had the Kashmiri Pandits. For a long time, for almost 300 years, they produced great savants, great philosophers, great scholars, great diplomats, great administrators, from Jawaharlal Nehru down to Haksar, P.N. Haksar and Ka, and diplomats are there, galore. All these happened because the Kashmiri Pandits who got exiled from Kashmir Valley developed into a creative minority. They became a creative minority, and by becoming a creative minority, they ruled India, though not directly, indirectly, through the then, except Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi, both of them of Kashmiri origin, no other prime minister has come from the Kashmir side. But there are many, many Kashmiri Pandits even today who are advising the top level of government on how to rule India, how to conduct their diplomatic movements, and so on and so forth. So therefore, to avoid conflict, to avoid loss of life, the best thing is don't lose your balance, don't lose your commitment to the country, don't lose your commitment to peace. Develop into a creative minority, as Toynbee calls, and by converting yourself into a creative minority, you can still rule, you can still be the top people in the country. So therefore, I think peace and reconciliation today is the order which requires to be followed up. Somebody asked, what is the way to peace? There is no way to peace. Peace is the way. Peace is indivisible. You have to have peace as a philosophy, as a fundamental belief. Only if you have peace in your heart, in your own life, resolving all conflicts, only then will you be able to bring about peace in the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Asif Ali Nawabzada. His Highness, the Prince of, he is the eldest son of His Highness, the Prince of Arcot, Nawab Muhammad Abdul Ali. The family traces its lineage from the second Caliph of Islam, Hazrat Omar bin Khattab. Dr. Muhammad Asif Ali Nawabzada is a patron member of the Carnatic Family Association. This association mainly works on helping the needy relatives of the Carnatic family, especially in the education sector. He is a patron of music, art, and literature, and himself is a good musician and a sketch artist. As a hobby, he has scored music for several Indian pop albums and enjoys composing music in his own studio at the palace. He's also a sportsman and plays the state league cricket, apart from tennis, snooker, horse riding, reading, photography, and organizing quizzes for schools, colleges, and other organizations. It's a real privilege to have Nawabzada, Muhammad Asif Ali, amongst our midst, and I request him to address the gathering.
Thank you, sir. Our respected Swamiji, our respected members on the dais, esteemed guests, my salams, my namaskar, and a very good morning to each and everyone present here. First of all, I would like to thank our dear Swamiji, who is also my good friend, for having me here in front of you all to talk about peace and harmony in the world. And I'm very grateful for inviting me to the Vishnu Mohan Foundation as a Muslim to be here and share my thoughts with you all. I usually talk, but I try to summarize my speech. I don't go in lengths because I know that today the world is of T20 matches, not test matches. So test matches are going out of style. So I think T20 is more in style. So I think more of T20 is better than having one long test match. So I would like to just mention first, before anything, that I come from the religion of Islam, and it is my duty to extend the message of peace from the point of view of my religion. And before anything, I would like to say that the word Islam itself means peace, and it is the peace which is acquired by one by submitting his or her will to the will of the Lord. I repeat, the meaning of Islam itself it comes from the root word salm or salam, so which means peace. So Islam means peace acquired by an individual by submitting his will to the will of the God. Now you may ask me, which God? Your God or my God? That's where lies the solution of peace and harmony in the world. So when someone asks me which God you believe in, my reply is, I believe in your God. So he gets confused. For example, a Hindu person asked me, which God you believe in? I said, I believe in your God. If a Christian asked me, which God you believe in? I said, I believe in your God. So they get like a kind of a jolt. You know, what is this man saying? He said, don't you believe in your God? I said, which God? So it is a common belief that Allah is the God of Muslims and God or Lord is the God of the Christians, and Bhagwan, Ishwar, Kadawal, whatever you say, it's the God of the Hindus, and Vaheguru is the God of the Sikhs, and so on and on and on. So in that case, there'll be like hundreds and thousands of gods, not the avatars. I'm talking about the God itself as the creator. So what I try to talk to kids, especially kids, because kids are very open to ideas. They don't have a blocked mind. And we have a lot of kids coming to Amir Mahal, which is our very old ancestral place. Every second week, there are kids coming from schools and colleges and institutes. I take them around the palace to show them the history. And this is what I give the basic message of oneness, that the God is one. You may call the same God in different languages and different names and different approaches. So that's what it is all about. And so why I'm talking about only religion is, I think today in the world, peace and harmony is disrupted by way of, I would say, religious politics and so on. I won't get into details of that. All over the world. I'm not talking about any particular country, but everywhere in the world, people are taking advantage of your faith, your religion to destroy you, because we are weakest when it comes to religion. All other subjects, I'm not talking about people who are scholars here, but the common man is very weak in religion. The moment you say religion, he comes to fight, but he doesn't know the basics of the religion. So if you understand the basics, you won't fight. So that's why you have to touch the topic of the faith and religion here. So I'll come to the term of what you call God in your religion. So for example, I'm being a Muslim, I say Allah. So people say, yes, that's your God. I said, it's not my God. So when I say Bhagwan, yes, it's my God. It's not your God. Who gave the authority of saying Bhagwan is your God? Bhagwan is my God too. Who gave the authority of saying Allah is my God? It's your God too. So where it's played around, see, this is where you get the misconceptions that two different gods. If there are two gods, there won't be one model of human beings. There'll be two different models. So there is only one model. Two companies don't make the same model. You think two gods will make the same model? We have the same body, same blood, same. If I stand here without any sign or signature on me, you will not know I'm a Muslim or a Hindu or a Christian. So that doesn't say anything. So the word, when I say Allah, it is not the name of the God. It's very, very important to understand. And this applies to all religions. So when I say Allah, it comes from two different words, Al and Ilah. It's an Arabic translation. Al means the, and Ilah means God, with the capital G. So Al Ilah, in the Arabic grammar, it becomes Allah, which means the God. It is not the name of God. Allah means the God. We don't have a name of God in Islam. We have attributes of God. So Allah means the God, that's all. I can even say Bhagwan or Ishwar or Kadawal or God, anything I want. But there are attributes: the most merciful, the most beneficent, the forgiver, the creator, All these are attributes of God. So any beautiful attribute can be given to God as long as it suits his persona. So if you understand that, I think many basic issues are solved. And today, there are no ambassadors or so-called authorities who can dictate terms from the religious point of view. Nobody has taken the ambassadorship of Islam here. So please don't connect anyone who talks or gives a fatwa. Fatwa means opinion. Or any organization who says that, or seeing anybody's acts of worship or acts of extremism or acts of fundamentalism, that these are the faces of Islam. No, we don't have any authorities, we don't have any ambassadors of Islam. Everyone is an ambassador of Islam. So what I'm trying to say is, when you want to understand a religion, don't see the acts of people, because don't see me. Even when I'm talking now, don't associate that this guy is Islam. I may or may not be right. How do you know what I'm talking is right or wrong? So where you will know and understand any religion is when you read the religious scriptures in the right way, in the right format, in the right context. If I want to understand Christianity, I'm going to read the Bible. I'm not going to just look at any Christian and say, yeah, this is Christianity. Similarly, to understand Hinduism, I'm going to read the Vedas and the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata and the other books. I can't just see any Hindu on the road and what he's doing. Yeah, this is Hinduism. How do I know he's doing right or wrong? He's, after all, a human being. So this is what is happening in the world. You're seeing some extremists of Islam and saying that this is Islam. This is the face of Islam. No, it is not. Otherwise, I will not be standing here. So if you want to understand, go to the basics, understand it. Otherwise, don't understand it. Don't understand halfway, because the media usually fuels the fire. They want to sell. They want to sell the brand, and they have made Islam a brand today, or rather, Islamophobia a brand to sell, and which is easily sold, which is easily bought. Also, I always say that ignorance creates kind of a fear amongst people, and fear leads to hatred. So ignorance of things, of people, or understanding people, it creates a kind of a fear, and that fear builds up to become hatred, and then hatred creates refugees. So this, I said this line in a talk at the UN function, which is organized at the Loyola College. And Father Vincent Shaker is here. I've been for many such events at the Loyola College, and Father is doing a wonderful job in bringing people together. And we have been good friends for long. And I've always said this, so understand each other. Not, despise each other. Come to the common terms, come to the common factors. Don't always look at differences. There'll be a lot of differences, no doubt about it. But let's come to the common terms. Definitely stay away from religious politics. Today, I'm proud to be a Muslim, and I'm proud to be a Muslim who's hailing from the country of India, one of the greatest countries in the world. One of the best examples in the world where people are living in peace and harmony. I think we have to go back in history and understand how we have evolved. And I'll take my own example of my family. I always proudly say that our forefathers, my forefathers, have contributed a lot for peace and harmony amongst people of various faiths. We have donated lands for more than 350 Hindu temples, more than, I think, about 45 or 46 churches This is around the Carnatic area, not Karnataka with a K, but Carnatic with the C. And we don't have it now. It used to be Carnatic state. You all know that. It was a large chunk of South India. So this is what I think makes India and makes India a great country. And I think we should be the examples for our children and our children's children and to the entire world that we can do wonders in spite of being of different faiths and castes and creed. We can be the best example to the world today of peace and harmony. So I think that was the last 20th over. And with this word, I wish to thank Swamiji, the trust, the foundation for the honor and respect of having me here amongst you. I have made many other points, but I think I'll cut it short and just say that let's all live in peace and harmony. Let's not divide each other. And Swamiji, anything, anytime, if I can be of service, I'm always there for you. And thank you so much again for everything. God bless you all.
I thank His Highness Muhammad Asif Ali Nawabzada for his very pragmatic approach to religion and for peace and reconciliation. I request Iswaran Mama to give a memento to. Thank you, Iswaran Mama. The next speaker is Ms. Soumini Jain. Ms. Soumini Jain won the election to the Kochi Municipal Corporation for the second consecutive term to become the second woman mayor of Cochin city. She entered into electoral politics as a candidate from the Ravipuram division in 2010, a real Kochiite in the true sense. Mayor Soumini is revered as a leader with a vision and mission for Kochi. Her do-or-die attitude and the selfless support she extends to the needy has made her the most sought-after political leader in the city. She has an economics background with a master's degree in economics. She had served as the Works Standing Committee chairperson in the previous council of the Kochi Municipal Corporation. I call upon Ms. Soumini Jain to give her talk. She will be talking in Malayalam, and I request Sri C.L. Ramakrishnan. Partial in English, okay. The instruction I got was okay. But if you're going to partially talk in Malayalam, we may still need translation. So I request Sri C.L. Ramakrishnan to do the translation. I request him to come to the dais.
Thank you very much. Pranams to Sadguru. Most respected His Holiness Jagat Guru Sri Narayan, His Holiness Sri Hari Prasad Swamiji, our inaugurator, Ambassador Sri T.S. Tirumurthy, Dr. Muhammad Asif, Ms. Lakshmi Narayan, Professor Panir Selva, and other dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear friends. Let me first of all thank you all for letting me speak now, because we have been sitting here from 9 o'clock onwards, and everybody is sitting, and I think a little bit of standing up is needed for everyone to get off from their sleepy mode. If you want to, you can stand up, because when Jagadguru left the place, I was allowed to stand up, and it was actually a consolation for me to stand up to get up from my sleep. All these speeches were excellent, and I was enjoying, but I couldn't resist my sleepy mood because of sitting. I never, sir, please sit, because, no, yes. So our subject is right to education is key to peace. So I'll first of all speak about education. Education is the single biggest transformative factor for the individual, the nation, and the society. Societies cannot thrive unless all children and young people have quality education that provides them with academic knowledge and an understanding values. Both how you are taught and what you are taught provide important life experiences and how to live together. These values include equality, respect of diversity, care, empathy, and compassion. Education also teaches us important competencies such as listening, paying attention to the needs of others, problem solving, being brave, and speaking out in solidarity for ourselves, for others, for human rights, and for all. Schools ought to be safe places where we learn how to address conflict without retorting to violence, bullying, or disrespect. All over the world, there are important discussions on need to end all forms of cruel, humiliating punishment, bullying, and sexual or verbal harassment. This occurs in and around schools and educational settings as a result of gender norms and unequal power relations between women and men, as well as boys and girls. We know that everywhere in the world, social norms still condone violence against women and girls within both private and public spheres. We need prevention to stop violence before it occurs. Governments need to promote gender equality and girls' empowerment, and we need to make sure that what we teach and learn in school reinforce the value of equality, peace, and social justice. Prevention should start early in life by educating, working with young boys and girls, promoting respectful relationships and gender equality. Working with youth is the best bet for faster, sustained progress on preventing and eradicating gender-based violence. While public policies and interventions often overlook this stage of life, it is critical time when values and norms around gender equality are forged. Children can make a difference in school, your homes, with right message of harmony and equality. This can be the biggest driver for intergenerational transformation of human relations. I believe that young people are key in stopping violence through gender awareness, more gender equitable attitudes, taking actions to show that violence should not be tolerated, and by modeling your respectful relationships. This means treating each other equally and never inflicting any physical, sexual, or emotional harm on anyone, including your peers. From sexual violence in displacement camps to extra farm work, women and girls shoulder a bigger burden from worsening extreme weather and other climate pressures, pushing people to move for survival. Global aid group CARE International says this. Scientists expect forced displacement to be one of the most common and damaging effects on vulnerable people, If global warming is not limited to the internationally agreed aim of 1.5 degrees Celsius, climate disasters have also been linked with early marriage, school dropouts, and teen pregnancies, says UN's Children's Agency, UNICEF. Respectful relations start with respecting ourselves and others, communicating feelings in safe and open way, resolving conflicts or disagreements peacefully, believing in each other's independence and right to make choices regarding our own lives, sharing decision-making and asking others' consent when it comes to intimacy of any kind. If we pay attention to our behavior and encourage our friends to do the same, violence can and will be stopped. Be those change makers and show the world that a better, healthier, and a more just life is possible. കേരളത്തിന്റെ പ്രതിനിധി എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ ഇവിടെ വന്നെത്താൻ സാധിച്ചതിൽ ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ മലയാളം സിമ്പിൾ ആണെന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുകയാണ്. വളരെ വലിയ വാക്കുകളൊന്നും ഞാൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കില്ല. തമിഴുമായിട്ട് ഏകദേശം സാദൃശ്യമുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് കുറച്ചൊക്കെ ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷന്റെ ആവശ്യമതി ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് ഞാൻ സംശയിക്കുകയാണ്. മനസ്സിലാകുമെങ്കിൽ കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
മലയാളവും തമിഴും കൂടി വലിയ വ്യത്യാസമൊന്നുമില്ല.
ശരി. ഇന്ന് കാലത്ത് സമയമുണ്ടായിരുന്നത് കൊണ്ട്
ഒരു സെന്റൻസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നിർത്തിയാലും ഞാൻ പറയാൻ സാധിക്കും. ധാരാളം പണ്ടില്ലേ മുട്ടുപോകും.
ഇല്ലില്ല, ഞാൻ ഓരോരോ വാക്ക്. ഇന്ന് കാലത്ത് നടക്കാൻ പോയിരുന്നു, സമയമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
I had gone this morning for a morning walk.
അവിടെ ലയോള കോളേജിന്റെ സമീപത്ത് ഒരു ഹോട്ടലിലാണ് എനിക്ക് അക്കോമഡേഷൻ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്.
ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ താമസിക്കുന്നത് ലയോള കോളേജിന്റെ അടുത്തുള്ള.
English, you are translating in Malayalam itself. I reside in a hotel near to Loyola College, so I went for a morning walk when I had some time.
ഞാൻ ലയോള കോളേജിൽ പഠിച്ചത് കൊണ്ട് അവിടെ തന്നെ ഒരു കാലത്തുള്ള നടക്കാനുള്ള സാധനത്തിന് പോകും.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Sorry.
കാലത്ത് പോയപ്പോ മതിൽ ഒരു സ്ക്രിപ്ചർ കാണാനിടയായി. അത് ഗാന്ധിജിയുടെ വരികളാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുകയാണ്.
When I went on morning walk, I saw something written and I thought it was from Mahatma Gandhi's statement.
In a gentle way, we can shake the world. ഒരു സിമ്പിൾ വേർഡാണ്. In a gentle way, we can shake the world. വയലൻസിന്റെ ആവശ്യകത അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അക്രമത്തിന്റെ ആവശ്യകതയുണ്ടോ ഒരു മാറ്റത്തിന് എന്നുള്ളതിന്റെ സൂചനയാണ് ഈ വരികൾ.
The question is whether there is a need for violence to do something better than what it is or to change the situation.
Yes. അതുപോലെ ഉള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കാൻ, നമുക്ക് ആർക്കും അക്രമങ്ങൾ മോശമാണ് എന്ന് അറിയാത്തത് കൊണ്ടല്ല, പക്ഷേ അക്രമ സംഭവങ്ങൾ ഇല്ലാതിരിക്കാൻ ഒരു സമൂഹത്തെ ഏത് തലത്തിലാണ് ബോധവൽക്കരിക്കേണ്ടത്?
Not that we do not know that violence is something which we cannot avoid, but the question is what is the effect we are or effort we are taking to do that.
അക്രമ സംഭവങ്ങളെ ഒഴിവാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ബോധവൽക്കരണങ്ങളോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ബോധവൽക്കരണമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വിവിധ തലത്തിലുള്ള ബോധവൽക്കരണമോ മാത്രം പോരാ.
It is not enough just to have some sort of an understanding at whatever level it is to avoid violence or things which go beyond what should be done on the part of a person.
ഇപ്പോഴും നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും ഒരു പീസ് കോൺഫറൻസിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സമാധാനത്തിനെ സന്ദേശത്തെ ലോകത്തെ അറിയിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഇവിടെ കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്നത്.
We have gathered here to announce to the world that there are ways and means of saying that how we can avoid violence.
ഈ യോഗത്തിന്റെ സന്ദേശവാഹകരെന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ ഓരോരുത്തരും മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു, അറിയുന്നു. നിഷ്ക്രിയരായി പക്ഷേ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലറിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് തിരിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ ഇടങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മടങ്ങിപ്പോകുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഫലമൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാവുന്നില്ല.
Merely by understanding this and going back to our own place from where we came, it is not going to give any benefit to society.
നമ്മൾ ബോധപൂർവം നമ്മുടെ യുവതലമുറയെ, നമ്മുടെ ചെറുപ്പക്കാരെ, നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളെ, നമ്മുടെ ഭാവി തലമുറയെ നമ്മൾ ബോധവൽക്കരിക്കേണ്ടതും അവരെ അത്തരത്തിൽ അക്രമങ്ങൾക്കെതിരായിട്ടുള്ള സന്ദേശങ്ങൾ ഉൾക്കൊണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് വളരാനായി പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുകയും അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ എടുക്കുകയും വേണം.
The purpose of this conference is to instill that sort of a feeling and a spirit for the younger generation so that they will conduct themselves in such a way that they will not be tempted or they will not attempt any violence.
വളർച്ചയിലെ തന്നെ ചിന്തകൾ, നമ്മളുടെ വളർത്തലുകളിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന പലതരത്തിലുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസങ്ങൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അറിവുകളാണ് പിന്നീട് നമ്മളെ ഒരു വ്യക്തിയായിട്ട് വികസിച്ച് സമൂഹത്തിന് മാതൃകയാവാനായിട്ട് സഹായകമാകുന്നത്.
Whatever we are telling in the state of youth or even less than that, that is what is going to be reflected in their future activities.
അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അക്രമങ്ങൾക്കെതിരായിട്ടുള്ള സന്ദേശങ്ങൾ അത് എങ്ങനെ പ്രചരിപ്പിക്കാം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ പോരാടാം എന്നുള്ളതിനു വേണ്ടി സമാധാനത്തിന്റെ പോരാളികളായിട്ട് വളർന്നു വരുവാനായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ പുതിയ തലമുറയെ നമ്മൾ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കണം. ഇന്നത്തെ ഓരോ പത്രമാധ്യമങ്ങളിലും യുവതലമുറയുടെ ക്ഷയിച്ച പലതരത്തിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ചാണ് നമ്മൾ അറിയുന്നത്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് മയക്കുമരുന്നും മദ്യവും അതുപോലെയുള്ള ലഹരി പദാർത്ഥങ്ങളുടെ ഉപയോഗങ്ങൾ വഴി.
We should try to see that they are given the proper education at the very start itself, especially avoidance of things like things which are prohibited for social activity and interface with society in general.
ഞാൻ ദീർഘമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. നമ്മുടെ അതെ അതെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ശ്രമങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ ഫലവത്തായിട്ട് ലോകത്തിന് സമാധാനം പകരുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളും ഒരുക്കാൻ ഇടയാകട്ടെ എന്ന് മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഈ നല്ല അവസരം എനിക്ക് തന്നിട്ടുള്ള വിഷ്ണു മോഹൻ ഫൗണ്ടേഷന്, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ശ്രീ ഹരിപ്രസാദ് സ്വാമിജിക്കും എല്ലാ നന്ദികളും അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ചുരുക്കുകയാണ്. ഇവിടെ വന്നെത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും സമാധാനം ഉണ്ടാവട്ടെ എന്ന് സർവേശ്വരനോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു.
With a prayer to the God that we should all have future peace in all spheres of life and activities. And I thank Vishnu Mohan Foundation and respected Swamiji for this opportunity. And we will enter into an endeavor to see that we spread the message that there will be peace by avoiding violence, so that society will be peaceful and progress in the right direction. With these words, I thank and conclude my short presentation.
Thank you very much to you, sir.
ഞാനിത് പറഞ്ഞ് ശരിയാണോന്നറിയില്ല, വേണം പറയാൻ.
എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇതൊന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
I thank Ms. Somini Jain. I request Ishwaran Mama to give the memento to Ms. Somini Jain. The next speaker we have is Ms. Lakshmi Narayan. She is the whole-time director of Tea Stains and Company Limited, Coimbatore. This is a 160-year-old agri-input company serving the needs of farmers over generations and currently focusing its activities in the research, manufacturing, and marketing of eco-friendly products based on botanicals and biologicals for plant protection and crop care. Ms. Lakshmi Narayan is the granddaughter of the late founder of Amalgamations Group. She is carrying on the mantle of leadership and manages Tea Stains and Company Limited as whole-time director of the company. She's also a director on the board of Amalgamations and Stains Amalgamated Estates Limited. Ms. Lakshmi Narayan's interests include traveling, listening to Carnatic music, and watching Bharatanatyam performances. She has a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering from the University of Madras, College of Engineering, Guindy, and a master's degree in computer engineering from the University of Southern California, Los Angeles, USA. I call upon Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan to give her talk.
Thank you, sir, for the kind words of introduction. Respected Swamiji, dignitaries on the dais, respected elders and seniors in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. It's almost good afternoon. But however, I'd like to make my speech as effective and as interesting as much as before the speakers before me. The theme for the conference has been peace and reconciliation. However, the theme given to me has been the right to education is the key to peace. Mrs. Saumini Jain also spoke on the similar topic, and we have similar views. I do hope to share my perspective. So at the outset, I'm very humbled to have got this opportunity, and I thank Vishnu Mohan Foundation for this opportunity to be present here and express my views. I'm reminded of a young Hindu monk who, with his superb diction and eloquence, addressed the preachers of all religions of the world about the glorious Hindu philosophy that he represented in Chicago. As I prepared my speech, I happened to read Swami Vivekananda's words. In that conference, I quote his words from that famous speech, which is so relevant even today. Sectarianism, bigotry, and its horrible descendant, fanaticism, have long possessed this beautiful earth. They have filled the earth with violence, drenched it often and often with human blood, destroyed civilizations, and sent whole nations to despair. Had it not been for these horrible demons, human society would be far more advanced than it is now. Unquote. This speech was in the year 1893. 128 years later, we still see war. As Mr. Tirumurthy has said in his very enlightening speech, there has been a rise of terrorism. There has been a rise of phobias. There has been a rise of divisiveness in religion, which was echoed by other speakers as well. So we still see war. We still see religious conflict. Today, when we look into the broad spectrum of society, we know that the problem is not limited to war, to terrorism, or military competition. We have in cyber war, where the enemy attacking us is unknown, invisible. How ironically, the absence of war is considered as a symbol of peace today, in generally speaking terms. And unfortunately, a large part of the entire world population is still living under the black shadow of social and economic exploitation, physical harassment, and mental distress. While peace, reconciliation, and development are fundamental to societies in conflict, as well as to the post-conflict societies, emergence of complex challenges is common in all efforts to make these ever-cherished conditions concretize in diverse societies. Clashes between different ideologies evolve into armed conflicts. And finally, the common people who have no notion, no idea of what is going on, become the victims of the hostilities of these factions and start fighting. However, every post-conflict society is invariably faced with the cumbersome challenge of developing strategies to recover from the loss and disappearance of the loved ones, infrastructure, and livelihood destruction, moral and physical trauma, pervasion of hatred and suspicion, and aggravation of the difficulties in the mechanisms applied for building confidence, building trust, building goodwill, and commitment for coexistence. Experts of humanities and social sciences opine that the problem lies mainly in the compulsion for getting the conflicting groups to re-articulate their philosophy of existence and live together in a novel spirit of cooperation and coexistence. They are compelled to make unimaginable compromises for the sake of peace, for the sake of development, for the sake of enriching their own lives, for the welfare of their dependents and their future generations. Unlike some decades ago, the revolutions in social media and telecommunication have empowered the conflicting parties to widen the reach for their own justifications of their respective causes formulated in their own domains. Every party, whether it's a state actor or a non-state actor or group, tends to see the problems from their respective angle and find it difficult to work with the others regarding a common solution that ensures the well-being of everybody. I represent the common man who was impacted by the conflicts. Fortunately, we have many esteemed speakers here who may give a glimpse of the efforts taken by the focused lot who wish to bring about a change towards refinement. According to spirituality that most of us believe in, the fundamental superiority of the soul is only peace. It is peace. In the Vedas, in the Upanishads, and all types of relevant literature available representing all types of religion, as echoed by speakers who have presented earlier, they all say love and affection towards the living creature is considered the utmost necessity today. UNESCO has considered peace as the first condition for any development. The UNESCO also considers peace education as the basis of various human values and beliefs and calls it as the umbrella concept, under which inclusion of sacrifice, compassion, love, cooperation, non-violence, justice, human rights, etc. is present. Ethical values lead the person towards this center of peace. But when we look at the present scenario, we see that today, the most cosmopolitan question in front of the entire world is mainly related to the absence of desired peace. On and off, there seems to be a threat of fundamentalism, controversy, and dissonance that disturbs or impacts every living soul, directly or indirectly. Therefore, it has become imperative to formulate an alternative form of dialogue focused on peace, reconciliation, and development that is vital in the sustenance of diverse communities, nations, territories, cultures, values, etc. And that should begin from the grassroots level and extend beyond, across all societies, across rank and file. Undoubtedly, children and present youth are the upcoming generations of any country. As the important, the most empowered and resourceful sections of our society, they are in high desire to touch the heavens. Over the years, we have conceded that education is an important and a social necessity that is made available to all fractions of the society. It has an important place and value in human life. Without education, the personality of a person is narrow. Therefore, it has been said that without knowledge, life is dark. And knowledge is the third eye of the man, makes him understand all the elements and inspires him to do good deeds. Therefore, human progress and achievement are based on right education. Fortunately, the young generation of today is in favor of this and wants an education system that is unbiased and that can also strengthen them inside and help to ignite their creative minds. I too endorse their views as an individual, as a parent, and as a responsible member of the society. I want peace and harmony amongst all. A good education system should have this ability to calm the inquisitiveness of the acquiring knowledge of the students. A noble education is only that which unfolds all the unknown powers in man. Real education requires the cultivation of a sense of humility, a sense of compassion, a sense of tolerance to all aspects of society. The sense of humility is the basis of a man's character, the true mark of a balanced personality. If we succeed to provide this right direction to their energy, enthusiasm, and inquisitiveness of minds of the young people, then they will be able to become a super vehicle for the development of the society and of taking the nation to greater heights of success. Sadly, in course of structuring education in the past few years, our society has overlooked the importance of value education. Consequently, today's youth have wealth, have glory, have instant gratification, prosperity, and too many physical resources in their life. But still, there's no peace in their minds, in their lives today. As a result, the youth of today seem to be disillusioned about what real human values are, what is natural for people, and how should we act as a society where materialism has gathered pace and where there is no justice even in society. Given the complexities of the human society, today's youth insecurities cannot be said as unfounded or unclaimed. Those who live in a violent environment believe that without weapons, they will not be able to protect themselves. Even school children, you see the shootings in the most developed economies like US, they have become very normal. So as I say this, I implore that the people now here to think of the lives of those who share boundaries with hostile neighbors. Hostility in any form disrupts peace of mind. Therefore, the indication is clear that right education is the only effective option for establishing peace. From the schools till the college till the universities, the mind is young and is wanting to learn. The thirst for knowledge is often there. The thirst for inquiry and to build a scientific temper of mind is always there. So we need to help to cultivate that and will help to bring in that particular values and morals which has to be established in the right age at the right time. It is time when this personality of a student will start taking shape and will begin on a firm foundation. In today's environment, there is a terrible need of not only education, but also peace education, which promotes to lead a peaceful life. That will help in shaping the society in every aspect of societal development. The essence of complete educational philosophy is that if we want to ensure it, it is in 2 lines. Loka, samasta, sukuno, bhavantu. That is, all are to be happy, all are to be healthy. All should stay in love and peace with each other, and no one should be unhurt or unhappy. This whole idea of our Indian philosophy is upended, which is in itself reflects the availability of peace, loving brotherhood, and non-violence in Indian culture. Peace is not only an idea or an argument, but also the vital essence of Indian culture. Plato wrote in the Republic, the identity of an educated person is the sensitivity of using his knowledge and skills to solve the problems of society. The purpose of education is to develop moral qualities in the body and mind in the human body, to respect and resolve conflicts and help to aim at a resolution. Therefore, I do support and endorse that the true and right education is the only aspect that can develop a physical, mental, moral, and spiritual development of the person through qualities such as virtue, courage, harmony in a person. It will elevate every individual to live a satisfactory life, develop a positive environment, and ultimately add to reinstate harmony and peace. Thank you very much.
Just, I mean, yeah.
Swamiji, I just want to say that I got the news in the morning that my friend has passed away. So I had accepted to come here. So I gave my word. That's why I came here. I couldn't say no. So I thought I'll take permission from you all to leave. And I have to go to another event where I have given my word again and then go for the funeral. So I just want to ask you all to pray for my friend. His name is Abu Bakr. So he's in the mid-50s. So unfortunately, he passed away today. But I want to take your permission to leave for that. But I will leave after your speech. Thank you so much.
Narayana. So this is the 7th Peace and Reconciliation Conference. We started in a very small way in 16. And with the blessings of Sadhguru, it has, with the blessings of Sri Sadhguru, it has grown. And it is, we have not, even in COVID days, we did not have a break. So that's why I was very particular. We should have it now, even though it is a little, okay. So I was very happy that Professor Bhatt, in spite of his ill health, and Professor and Mr. Raza, both of them are not keeping well, but yet they have joined this conference. I regard them as mentors, and that point which Professor Bhatt had said, he had spoken about. Incidentally, before that, I want to say something before, because His Highness may leave, that I didn't call you as a Muslim. I called you as a person who thinks and thinks very positively. Earlier, once we had a small peace initiative in Salem. At that time, we had a number of speakers, and they said, oh no, this one speaker is not given his concern, is given a clear picture whether he's coming or not. And we couldn't get Father Vincent Shekhar, who's the very avatar of Interfaith. Not as a matter of knowledge, not that he's a Catholic priest with a PhD in Jaina philosophy, but because he believes passionately in it. So that's why we couldn't get him. So then we tried for somebody else and there's no response. So then I told the people who were with me, I said, we are not calling people because one is a Hindu, one is a Muslim or anything else. We are calling people who believe in peace and interfaith and coming together of people. Loka Sangraham. So that's why we are calling people. So that's why, Your Highness, you are here today. So now, Professor Bhatt, he spoke about the importance of that knowledge. Ya Vidya Sa Vimukte. That knowledge should free us. It should transform us. It should change our mind. And also, Mrs. Lakshmi Narayan, she said the same thing about the importance of education being transformative, about how it should change the world. And that is something, the self-transformation is something which the foundation stands for, because that's what our Guru said. The last thing which she said before the second last thing which she said before she passed away, she said, it doesn't matter where a person worships or to whom a person prays, but whether they pray and how they pray. So Sadhguru was always focused on the values, the basic values, and not on the outside appearance. So this is something which is very important for us, that we should keep in mind. Like Jagadguru said, it is religion should not radicalize. It should. That's because people don't follow the basic rule, the basic tenets of religion. Sadhguru taught me and taught all of us that Satya, Dharma, Ahimsa, and Saucha, that is Bhava Samshuddhi, at purity of intention. These are the 4 pillars for religion. And I remember when I spoke about it in Aligarh Muslim University also, it was very well received by all not only the professors, but also by the young people there. This idea that this is the basis of all religion. All religions stand on these 4 pillars only. So, so this is something which we have to understand and spread. So when Ambassador Tirumurti was talking, he's talking about how there's conflict everywhere. And Mr. Raza also spoke about Vasudeva Kudumbakam. So this, I remember in the 80s, I'm always, from the time I was a child, a very keen student of politics and international relations. And I remember, President Reagan used to keep on talking about the exporting revolution, which is happening, that Russia is exporting revolution to Central America. He was feeling very threatened by it. And he it was a sort of mission for him. But, and maybe it had a good effect, I don't know. But at that time, I remember thinking, why is it that the revolution is being exported from Russia? Why is America not? The first revolution was there in 1776, and that was exported to France. But after that, there's been no export of democratic revolutions anywhere. We introduced democracy into Bangladesh, but after that, nothing has happened. And only those countries where, they were democratic in the 40s and 50s. Many of them, like Sri Lanka and Malaysia and all, Singapore have held on to it. Otherwise, there's in Asian, African countries, the tendency towards democracy has not been strong. It's because the good people have not spread those ideas. The ideas of truth and non-violence has not been spread. So it's necessary that we should do it. And like Lakshmi Narayan said, that nobleness, it should be there in religion, in education. We don't have to be ashamed of it. People are ashamed to talk about nobleness, about good things and all that. They're not, it is something which is necessary. And people should not be ashamed of saying that, yes, I believe in these things and I don't mind if I lose by it. So, Saumani has spoken also about the menace of drugs, which is there. It's very, very strong menace. So I'd like to say one incident about her. There was a boy who didn't study well, who would not study well, and he was a very troublesome person. And he knew that he had failed. And he knew that it's 12th standard, if he's failed in that, then he's going to have a problem. So he had a very evil idea. He went in the night and set fire to the school records room. So his papers disappeared, everyone's papers have gone. So then automatically he would get promoted. So when the police arrested him, Saumani prevailed upon them not to jail him or anything, but to give him corrective. I don't know how, she spoke with him, they made the school authorities speak with him, made him a good human being. So it is possible for us to use other things also. So, but what she says is right. This drugs has got a lot of acceptance. So we have to say that this is wrong. We have to, people say that, no, you can't talk against liquor and all that. I remember when I went to a Patel College in Gujarat, they're speaking about concentration and meditation. So I told the principal, can I say what I want to say? She said, you say anything you want, she said. So I said about how bad liquor and all these things are for people. The girls there joined in hooting and making fun. Not only the boys, the girls also joined in making fun. But I said it. And then the teachers were very strengthened. They said, okay, we can also say this. So it has become accepted. And parents do not tell them that they should not do it. It's okay, he had a drink for his, he's done when he had a drink. But this is something, unless there is parental disapproval, unless there's societal disapproval, wrong ideas. So education is not only in talking, and not only what they get in schools and colleges, it's what we tell them at home. It's what we talk with each other also in our interactions, that these 4 principles, we should try practicing it, maintaining it, and spreading it. So Krishna says, boldly can you say my devotee will not perish. Means boldly can these principles be told to the world, he says. So Ambassador Tirumurti's recollections were very, very important about how everywhere there is conflict. We live in a world of conflict. But yet also there are people in these conditions also who are seeking peace. I must also, he's come back yesterday in a late night flight just for this conference, and I must thank him very much for it. And I also ask him to associate with the foundation in all these peace initiatives, like how he guided us in Kuala Lumpur, like that he should continue to guide us. I will not take any more time. Shri Krishna Arpanamastu, Shri Sadguru Arpanamastu, Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. This year the concert, the theme was right education is the key to peace. The next year it will be a little more difficult. Peace is born of justice. So I was warned against that, but I feel that is the best. We need to talk about that also. Narayana.
An excellent talk. I request Iswaran Mama to give the memento to so many Jain. I'm sorry, to Miss Lakshmi Narayana. I'm sorry. I now request Professor Panir Selvam, former professor of and HOD of Philosophy, University of Madras, to give the presidential address.
Guruai Varuai Arulai Kugane. Pranam to Sri Sadguru. Most revered and respected Swamiji, Sri Hariprasad Ji. respected diplomat, Sri Tirumurthy sir, who has given a beautiful keynote address for this peace conference. In fact, I would say that though we have been arranging this peace conference for the past 7 years, our diplomat sir has given a new methodology for understanding the notion of peace. In fact, I should say, as a student of philosophy, that his thought-provoking address, which is very stimulating, has given us a new direction for peace. In fact, I was amazed, I should tell him, I was amazed to listen to him, because though we have been, philosophers have been talking about peace, religious people have been talking about peace, but as a diplomat, he has given a new methodology for understanding the notion of peace. And it is not a theoretical speech, I should say. He has given a practical orientation, and the methodology which he has suggested is something remarkable. And I am very grateful to you, sir, because I have learned a lot from you. And I must tell that the peace conference has one nuclear issue this time, namely right education. And our Swamiji is a very great personality. And he has been arranging various conferences and seminars on various social themes which are of interest to philosophers and religious people, even political thinkers. And we have got a very high regard to our Swamiji. We respect him very much. Just now one incident took place, I just want to narrate it. Because all of us know that in any inaugural address, I mean, any inaugural session, the presidential speech would be the last. I mean, that is a pattern which we follow in all academic platforms. Swamiji called me and said whether he should speak or I should speak, in the sense that he has to give a felicitation address, I mean, benedictory address. Then I have to address, give you the presidential address. But I said, Swamiji, the custom is that the presidential address is the last. But in your case, you are our Swamiji. And whatever you say should be the final word on peace. But he said, no, nothing doing. You follow the academic method which you have been following in universities and colleges. This simply shows, this simply shows that how he follows the tradition which is practiced in academic platform. Because in academic platform, we respect our Swamiji very much. That is the reason why a few years ago, the Indian Philosophical Congress, which is the highest body in India for philosophers, has chosen him as the general president of the Congress. And he delivered the presidential address. And also, another thing which I should say is he was there for all the 5 days. And he was there as a president and stayed there and gave, wherever necessary, his remarks on various papers presented in the seminar. So I take this opportunity to thank our Swamiji for making this wonderful seminar. In fact, in 2019, we had this theme, namely, family is the cradle of peace. And this time, Swamiji has chosen this theme, namely that education, right education is the key for peace. So Swamiji's interest, he is not only a religious leader, but a person who is interested in academic activities. And I should also say, as a student of philosophy, that in South India, he is the one who has been doing the work of the educational institutions. in the sense that he has been arranging many conferences and seminars with regard to many themes like social transformation or theme concerning social upliftment. So he's the one who has a concern for the human society as such. So I take this opportunity to thank him for organizing this wonderful seminar conference. And I'll take just 10 minutes, not more than that, because philosophers have the habit of talking hours together without any content. And I don't want to be a part of that. So let me very briefly explain what a philosopher's approach would be with regard to peace. Now, in many university departments, we have a department of peace studies, because peace studies department mainly has a concern for peace, understanding the notion of peace as culture. In fact, it is said by John Paul Ledrich, a well-known philosopher, he says, firstly, peace is related with the right to dignity, the respect and minimum fulfillment of each person. And further, he said that we look for human fulfillment as much as possible. So this methodology which we have been following in peace studies department has one notion, namely how peace has a close link with the notion of forgiveness and reconciliation. Because these two notions, namely forgiveness and reconciliation, has a close link with the notion of peace. In fact, the UNESCO Chair of Philosophy for Peace talks about these two concepts, namely forgiveness and reconciliation. And they mainly concentrate on the post-war situation or post-war context and argue that how forgiveness and reconciliation is very much essential for the human society. In fact, it is said that it is true that we can hurt each other, but it is also true that we can care for each other. This is a very important aspect which we have to take into account from the philosophical perspective. So after the hurtful action, we can forgive and reconcile if we want. This is what the many peace philosophers, I would call them the philosophers of peace, who talk about the forgiveness, and they say the forgiveness is a gift. It is a free gift. The victim bestows upon the offender, since they can do nothing to earn it by themselves. And the concept of forgiveness and reconciliation has been very much discussed in various philosophical schools, and various philosophical ideologies are very much available. For example, there was one Danish existential philosopher by name Kierkegaard, and he says, forgiveness is never earned. Forgiveness is not to be paid for, and it cannot be paid for. And another thinker, very important, a revolutionary thinker of this century, that is Jacques Derrida, he talks about the unconditional forgiveness. Madam Indraji is here, who is very much familiar with Derrida. Derrida says that unconditional forgiveness, which would be that one that does not demand repentance. And similarly, another political philosopher by name Jean Hampton says, we cannot forgive in order to reform the wrongdoer, but we should forgive not because the wrongdoer has repented, but as a step toward bringing his repentance about, making it at least easier for him. So all this clearly make one point clear. What is that? Forgiveness is an entrance to reconciliation. So the purpose or the teleology of this forgiveness would take us to reconciliation. So reconciliation is possible provided we have the open mind. In fact, our Sadhguru has talked about this sort of openness which we are discussing now. In fact, I would always say this is a phenomenological openness. Once again, I would like to quote Madam Indraji, Professor Indraji, who has talked about this in detail. So this phenomenological touching or the phenomenological understanding, which Sadhguru has talked about, has a concern for human society. In fact, we have to keep it in mind, it is Sadhguru who has talked about the social transformation. And she said that social transformation is possible provided there is a change in the attitude of the individual. This means for our Sadhguru, if the individual changes, then the whole society can change. Few years ago, when Sadhguru was alive, she visited my department at the Madras University, and she was mainly responsible for organizing one wonderful seminar on social transformation. And in that seminar, she has talked about the phenomenological transformation. I am using some philosophical terms, kindly forgive me. But phenomenological reconciliation means it is the personal or the change that one can take in the life of one's own, which means by phenomenological touching or phenomenological reconciliation, we mean that how that change can affect me. That is, it must start from me. This is what we call phenomenology in simple terms. So it is a first person attitude. First person, that is, first of all, I should change so that I can change my family and my family can change the entire society, something like that. So the nucleus of this reconciliation, according to Sadhguru, should start with the individual. So this social transformation, she argued in our department, that is in the philosophy department, Madras University, she said that social transformation, all of us need social transformation, but Sadhguru said that social transformation is possible provided you are ready to change. And this is something very much remarkable, and this has a very methodology of understanding the notion of reconciliation. So, but Sadhguru always used to say reconciliation is not so easy, but it is a most effective way to address those human relations which are disturbing us always. So this methodology of Sadhguru gives a way out, that is, she gives a solution to some of our problems, and she says that this is possible, reconciliation is possible once we re-establish the broken relation so that human society can progress. So the notion of peace as well as reconciliation, according to Sadhguru, should start with the individual transformation. And in fact, all our religious scriptures talk about that. And in the contemporary scene, we come across great thinkers like Leo Tolstoy and Mahatma Gandhi, who has a concern for peace as well as reconciliation. And peace is possible, according to Sadhguru. Once again, I would like to quote Sadhguru because there are certain parallels. In fact, a few years ago, I made a presentation comparing Sadhguru with Mahatma Gandhi, and I argued that absolute peace is possible. This is a question which disturbs all the political thinkers as well as philosophers, whether absolute peace is possible. And Sadhguru as well as Mahatma Gandhi, they have given a new direction. That is, both of them argued, I could see certain parallels. Both of them could argue that absolute peace is possible. In fact, I should say our Sadhguru has given a new methodology. What is that? She says absolute peace is not an impossibility. She says it is possible. But this is possible provided there is absolute renunciation. This is a very beautiful concept which I rejoice for the main reason that, if you read the life history of Sadhguru, you would understand how she has sacrificed everything for others. So this sort of understanding is something very remarkable. And this is possible provided you have an openness. This openness is very much essential. In fact, all our texts, religious texts, give a new direction. One example is from Jainism, and my good friend Professor Vincent Segar has done his PhD on Jainism. You would also agree with me that Jainism gives a scope for that. What is that? The Anekantavada. That is the plurality of us. If you are ready to accept the others, right, then there is a possibility that reconciliation is possible. But most of the time, we are very stubborn that our own views are right and others are totally wrong. So there is also another way of understanding the whole problem of Anekantavada, Jain perspective from Western side also. For example, if you come across thinkers like Levinas, once again I quote to Professor Indra Madam, Levinas is a well-known Western philosopher. He talks about the other. The other is very important. In fact, you would say, I exist because of the other. It is other who gives me meaning. If I alone exist, then that cannot be a world. So the other must also participate in this world and all the activities. So the peace conference or peace studies is possible or meaningful provided we accept the other. That is the reason why Foucault, the well-known French philosopher, said long back, celebrate the difference. There are differences. We can't say that we are all one and the same. By human nature, we are one and the same, but we are different. We are different from one another. A is different from B. Otherwise, all of us will have the same name and same form. No, there are differences. So, but difference is essential and it is part of life. But celebrate the difference is the statement made by Foucault. Thereby, he argued that we cannot speak of identity. Identity, of course, there are different ways of understanding the term identity. Here, we mean that when people are different from one another, the difference is that difference cannot be neglected, but celebrate the difference. So if you are ready to accept the other one, and secondly, if you are ready to renunciate everything, that is absolute renunciation, and thirdly, by celebrating the difference, one can give proper meaning to the term peace. So I would like, I have written a lot, but I conclude by saying that most of the time, the conflict arises because we think that other is always wrong. We start with the presupposition that I am right and you are wrong. So that reconciliation is possible provided you give a scope for the other. That is the reason why in the Western tradition, as well as in Indian tradition, in fact, Professor Bhatt sir was talking about in the morning very beautifully. He has talked, I don't know whether some of you have observed that minute philosophical depth which he has showed in his speech, wherein he argued that the concept of we is very important in Indian tradition. Because in Western tradition, I and thou, you and me, that difference is shown. I and thou. Martin Buber has written a very beautiful I and thou. So that distinction is maintained. But in the case of Indian tradition, according to Professor Bhatt, the question of I and you will not arise. We, the concept is what Professor Bhatt sir was saying, that concept of we, which means nobody is excluded. Nobody lives beyond this boundary. So all of us belong to one boundary, belong to one category or one race. That is the reason why in Tamil we say Yadum Ure Yavarum Kelir, and in Vedic term is that Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. So all this clearly shows that there is a place for peace. Though we have been very, very much struggling to reach this peace, it has been argued by all philosophers that absolute peace is possible. And Immanuel Kant is another very good example. And he's a German philosopher. He says that absolute peace is possible provided there is a limitation of human wants. Because most of the time, human being thinks that he has to consume everything. And in the morning, Professor Bhatt sir was making a reference to the environmental approach, where nature is bountiful, but at the same time, we must also know our limitations. So this is one way of understanding the notion of peace. And with this, I would like to conclude because I know that you are very much hungry like me. So I'll stop with that. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And it was a very pleasure to listen to all these great speakers. And I could see my good friend, Professor Sambat Kumar and Professor Krishnan and Professor Srinivasan sir, my guru is Srinivasan sir, Professor Indraji, and others like Yajnesh sir, and then Mahesh and others. Thank you very much.
We have a yearly conference called and Professor Panisar, we have very wanted to talk and plan the last one. Sadhu has said, are you going tomorrow carrying the burden of your own PhD?
Thank you, Professor Paneerselvam. I request Ishwaran Mama to give the memento to. Just want to bring to the notice of everybody that Ishwaran Mama is more than 90 years old. I don't know actually I don't know the exact age, so I just I also want to mention that Mr. CLR, who was translating for Somani Jain, he is the former DGP of Tamil Nadu State. And he's also, I think, 88 or 89, I don't know, years old. Then
But he is more knowledgeable than me.
Okay, I request Sri Padmanabhan to give the vote of thanks.
Pranams to Sri Sadguru Swami Gnana Saraswati and pranams to Swami Sri Hari Prasad. As usual, we start the vote of thanks by offering our pranams and to the lotus feet of our Guru, Sri Sadguru Swami Gnana Saraswati, who is not with us physically, but to all the her devotees, she is always here, guiding us, guiding the foundation, the Peetam, Sri Gnana Advaitha Peetam, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, in each and every activity. And we firmly believe that it is only with her blessings that any good thing that happens is all only due to her grace and blessings. So our humble pranams at her lotus feet. We are also extremely thankful and express our gratitude to His Holiness, the Jagadguru Swami Sri Narayana Tirtha, the Shankaracharya of Kalikambal Peetam Gangotri, who has consented to be the chief guest. Of course, he has come here, addressed us earlier also on a couple of occasions, and it was really good of him to be here today in spite of his very busy schedule. Thanks to, as Swamiji mentioned, to one of our mentors of the foundation, Professor S.R. Bhatt, former chairman of the ICPR, who in spite of his ill health was very enthusiastic and insisted that he would join us on Zoom. It's all very easy to say, no, I'm not keeping good health, so I'll not be able to participate. It's very simple. But the enthusiasm at their age is something which we have to appreciate and acknowledge. Thank you, Professor Bhatt, but we really missed him here. A very special thanks to Sri Tirumurti for giving the inaugural address, and very nice of him. When we first approached him, he was very positive. He said, yes, definitely I'll come and I'll take part in the conference. And again, for him also, it's not a first time. He has been associated with, maybe this is the first time he is giving a talk at the foundation in Chennai. But as mentioned earlier, he was instrumental in having the conference in Kuala Lumpur in December 2017, which Vishnu Mohan Foundation had jointly with the Indian Cultural Center of the Indian High Commission in Malaysia. Thank you, Mr. Tirumurthy, for that wonderful address. Keynote address was given by, of course, Padma Bhushan Shri Musa Raza. Maybe, yeah, duty to thank him, but not really necessary because he is a part, very much part of the foundation. He is a trustee of the foundation. So anyhow, it's, again, in spite of his age and health, ill health, he was kind enough to give a very nice address. Thanks to him. Thanks also to the guests of honor. Again, Dr. Mohammed Asif Ali Nawabzada. In spite of, as he mentioned, that some friends' death and all that, again, it's all very easy to just slip out, say, no, see, personal, some calamity has happened, I'll not be able to come. But in spite of that he had given a word that he'll take part. So he has to come. That sort of commitment we really appreciate. And special thanks to him. Saumani Jain has come all the way from Cochin. She has also taken part in our programs earlier. So it was a pleasure, ma'am, having you. And we hope to have more occasions or interactions with you. Special thanks to Lakshmi Narayanan, again, who has come all the way from Coimbatore for taking part in the conference. I think this is the first time that she is associating herself with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, and we hope that there'll be many more occasions where you will take part in our programs. And special thanks to Professor Paneer Selvam, again, a very close associate of our foundation, for the wonderful presidential address. And last but not the least, again, our pranams and gratitude, thanks on behalf of everyone to Swami Shri Hari Prasad, who, as with all programs, right from the stage of conceptualizing the program to when we are going to have, who are going to be the dignitaries, who are the guests, who are the speakers, all these things, everything is managed by him in such a wonderful manner. And he allots the task to everyone, appropriate task to the appropriate people. And it's always a pleasure to take part, to work for the foundation under his guidance. So our humble pranams and gratitude to Swamiji. With this, I end my vote of thanks.
We can disperse for lunch now. I'm sorry. We have a national anthem just before lunch. So once the anthem is played, after that we can disperse for lunch and reconvene at 2:15 p.m. for the next session.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय हे